6, 5, we have go ready to start, 2, 1, 0, booster ignition, and liftoff.
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Hi there, my name is Maya Christobel, and I am incredibly privileged to join some of the most spectacular people speaking at this up-and-coming conference. And of course, there's always so much to say, little bits of time to cover. For me, 72 years of being one of the pioneer hybrids that came to this planet to become way showers and carry information for the consciousness of the planet. It has been both an arduous and ecstatic and mind-boggling, what is it going to be, 7 decades? I mean, I have to own it. And I'm here just to say a little bit about who I am, why I'm part of this incredible group, what I would wish for myself at this conference, and also what I would wish for you. So I'll tell you a little bit about my background, which is a book in the making at the moment. All of us have incredible stories to tell, and these stories are how we heal. They're how we connect. They're how we learn. Telling our own story, we can learn more about that story. So I know that we'll be hearing amazing stories during these 3 days, and I'll tell you just a little bit about mine. I was one of the very first pioneers to come onto the planet and know that I was here from somewhere else. And you'll hear many kinds of stories about people who wake up to their own special background, their own galactic connections, their own multidimensional wiring, I guess I would say. I had the privilege, and then became quite burdened by it, to know from the very get-go that I was from somewhere other than here, and that my parents were really sort of assigned to me. A little bit about that background, and I talk about it very little because the person I became becomes a much more important part of my life to talk about. I grew up in a military family, and my father was in the Navy. He was also working for a number of organizations on secret projects. And it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I began to see the pieces come together and then be able to have conversations with my father about the fact that I was part of an experimental program of using human embryos to interface and connect with and gestate a off-planet soul. And there's a lot to be said about off-planet souls, because there's so many names these days about what that means. And the DNA that I have is both human and not human. And I think of that not human part of me as a hybrid. I think of my not human part of me as from the angelic realm, that I knew from probably about the age of 5. And so as I grew up, I didn't know my origins until later. There's so many people going to be speaking about these programs that created hybrid children, both here on the planet and both off planet. I'll let them do the technical conversation about that, because mine has been primarily a deeply spiritual path, understanding the heart of humans and embodying the heart of a human. And so what I tell a lot of my clients, which I'll talk about in a minute, what I tell a lot of my clients is that I felt that I wasn't here to transcend my humanness. Being human was really part of the entire experiment. And so for me, being human and having a fully broad, vibrant human experience was really part of the first half of my life. I was accompanied by a group that I now call the Observers, but back in my 30s, I called them the Dream Team. And back in my 20s, I just didn't call them much of anything at all. They were just part of my life. And these beings came and went at various developmental stages of my life. Depending upon how old I was, I had a very specific team that was interdimensional. I had individuals who were assigned to me to help guide me in my questions and in my search and in my expression of how I was to live on the planet. And as I developed and changed, so did my team. My team that I have now, that I call the Observers, has been with me since about my 50s. And they are a very different sort of team. My first parts of my life were really about becoming a transmitter to transmit information through the human experience to my research team so that they could understand particularly the emotional bodies of humans, the story of love, what is love, how we treat each other as humans. And so I have had an incredibly adventuresome life exploring all those nooks and crannies of being a human. I have had those voices with me my entire life. And so I've never felt like I've been abandoned on this planet and left alone to sort of fend for myself. I've always felt very clearly accompanied, and information has always been sort of readily available. I am mostly clairaudient. I am a psychic, intuitive. I do not see as many things in the world of humans as a lot of people do. I see most of everything I see is when I'm in nature. And so it's been sort of a life of fine-tuning my identity. And I think that many of the people who will come to this conference will be working on their identity, coming to terms with their identity and their experiences that led them to become the person that they are. And that's really been my entire life, has been coming to terms with who I am. But one of the things that was the hardest for me as a hybrid is that from the very beginning, there was a mandate given to me that I was to not talk about this with anyone. I wasn't to research it. And of course, back then, there was no internet. So I wasn't free to Google interdimensionals or Google conferences for abductees. I basically had my experience. And if I found someone else along the way, clearly our paths were supposed to meet, but I wasn't to get books, and I wasn't to read, and I wasn't to follow anybody. I was to be my own little petri dish of experience. And it was very hard by the time I got to my 40s, because it felt like I kept a secret from everyone, my family, my lovers, my husbands, my children. Lots of people saw me as very different, but I wasn't that I could sit down at dinner and explain exactly why. And so by the time I hit my 50s, I was getting a little impatient. I was getting a little bit like, could I possibly come out of the woodwork? Because now the computer was there, and it was, I had a farther reach into places that I didn't have before. And the answer was no. And of course, I'm always a believer in divine timing, and the timing just seemed to go on and on and on. And I wasn't exactly sure that I was ever going to be able to come into a community of people that I could find common-heartedness with and be able to teach the things that I have been learning for all of these decades. So it wasn't until I was about 64 years old, and I had come out of an incredibly difficult period of my life, and I was living in a lot of solitude. I was keeping to myself. I had created a very small circle of people. My children were grown. I enjoyed being alone, but it was a kind of time of knitting together awareness and letting my guides, the observers, really help me create the next phases of my life. At that point, the person I had been was a Harvard psychotherapist. I had gotten a master's and doctoral degree at Harvard. I was working with clients. I was working in private practice. I was teaching, speaking. I had then worked in the world of biotechnology to heal trauma. And most of my individual practice had become people who experienced trauma. And not unexpectedly, a great number of the people in my practice were people who had had abduction stories or felt traumatized by their experiences as an experiencer. And so I was privileged to work with so many people who were creating a new story to their trauma, creating an understanding and an awareness about that trauma being an open door to a spiritual perspective. And I still work in that world. I'm still a practitioner of what's called EVOX technology, which is a sort of biofeedback, voice-activated technology to look at how we're hardwired to the traumas that we have experienced. And so I was still working in that world and writing and speaking here and there. And so I had a full moon night one night, and it was it wasn't a sleepless night. It was just a fitful night. And I got up to go to the bathroom, and I had both my cats on my bed, and I came back into the room and the cats were not there. And I noticed that there was somebody standing off to the side of my room. And these kinds of things that you see in movies should startle you, and I wasn't. But what I was startled about, because I'm kind of used to the permeable veil between here and all the various theirs that there are, and all the spirits and individuals and people and entities that I have move in and out of my life on a regular basis. But this felt different. It felt like a real person. It felt like a person with a pair of trousers on and a white shirt. And I still wasn't alarmed as if it was an intruder, but I noticed that my cats weren't there. And that was fairly surprising to me. So I just said what I always say, which is, how are you, and who are you, and why are you here in my room? And it was an amazing moment, because I didn't know a thing about what this individual said. I just knew that it was one of the most important moments of my life. And suddenly this individual says to me, my name is John Mack, and I'm here to help you in the next phase of your life. And I'm here for you to learn how you can continue my work. Well, I had no clue who John Mack was. And I'm still living, inside of this mandate that I'm not supposed to go to the computer and do anything. And I'm sort of anxious about that. And he says, and you're free now. The mandate is gone. You are free to learn and find out who you are, where you are, and why you are. So I got my robe, and he sort of was there in spirit, not gone completely. I went into the other room, got my computer on, and for 3 days, I'm not thinking that I slept much. First, I typed in John Mack's name and read and cried and was sort of astonished. John and I were at Harvard at the same time. I was about to go into the field of psychiatry and decided not to. If I had gone into psychiatry, I would have been in his classes at the medical school. I was entirely unaware of the controversy of his work with abductees, his drama at Harvard, and his subsequent death. His face, as soon as it came up on the computer, flooded me, like I do happen to have happened a lot, flooded me with just knowing and awareness and commonality and the feeling that I'm talking to one of my soul family. And so I spent days, thanks to him, finding out what a very incredibly big world we live in, with people who are willing to talk about the experience of being an abductee, of being from another planet, of being from another galaxy, interdimensional individuals who are here to teach and help us evolve as a species. I had no idea. I had no idea how many books, how many conferences. I didn't know that there was such a thing as ufology. I mean, I'd really done my mandate to the T. I had just kept the blinders on, and it was like being a kid in the candy store. And of course, the very first thing that I did was I contacted Mary Rodwell. I also contacted a young man in England by the name of Miguel Mendonça, who wrote 2 of the most important books that I was able to read, called Meet the Hybrids, which I had no idea was out there. And they ushered me into a loving family of people who are now behind this conference that's coming up, giving me the opportunity to meet all of you, tell my story as well. So it's been a number of years of seeing how this new interdimensional galactic family is going to define itself, how it's going to create mature and conscious awareness on a planet that is less often very conscious and mature, especially during a time when we are all facing changes that are just unprecedented, both politically, in terms of science, and in terms of our politics. So I'm delighted to be born at this time. Has it been easy? Oh my God, it's been one of the hardest things I've ever done, but I have had an interesting life, and this next chapter intends to be even more interesting. My focus in my work is activating the heart, and that's simply about tuning up a vibrational frequency that is all about healing and all about connection and all about every possibility that we sometimes think is impossible. So my work with people is generally to work at helping them unearth a story, reframe a story, heal their story, share their story. That's my life. That's my work in the world. The story itself that you carry, that I carry, has a signature. It's a vibrational signature that existed long before you were born. Hopefully will exist long after you're not here. That story is medicine, and telling that story is very important for me. It's been medicine in my life to be able to share at the level of my experience. I consider myself an elder in this movement, a pioneer in this movement. It's just nothing but a privilege to be with people like Barbara Lamb and Mary Rodwell and others who have been leading the way for decades to the place we are right now, which is a crossroads. So a lot of what I talk about these days is navigating that crossroad, coming above ground in a bigger and bolder way as the multidimensional individuals that we are, leading an army of love and being able to make change on our planet that hopefully will not only open hearts and change consciousness, but also save our natural world that is in peril and that feels like something very in common with many of the hybrids and the walk-ins that are here on the planet. We feel very acutely the suffering of our oceans and of Mother Earth. And I think that's part of all of the reasons that we've come. I'm going to add another little something because I identify as a hybrid. And that, again, is about having both human and non-human DNA. I don't really talk much about where have I come from, because where I am is where I am. And yet, about 4 years ago, I had moved to the coast of Maine, where I raised my family, had come back here, rented a little winter cottage on the ocean where there was nobody left from summer. It was very quiet. And I had intended to do some writing. And while I was there, I had an accident, and it was an unusual accident. If anybody's familiar with Maine, we have a lot of ice, and we had some black ice. And I was walking through a parking lot on a snowy day. The snow had sort of covered the parking lot, and the black ice was just not visible. And I was going to my car, maybe a little faster than I should have, and my feet went out from under me, but it was a velocity that I remember feeling. It was a very fast velocity. And suddenly I felt this gigantic pressure on my chest, and I felt like I was slammed down onto the concrete and ice. Well, if anybody knows about the coast of Maine in winter, I was in a summer resort community, and everyone had gone home. So there was just no one there. And I was laying there. My phone was far from me. I felt like I had broken my leg. I had hit my head. I had no clue what the damage was. And I'm just sort of laying there very quietly. And I hear a snowplow coming by right at that moment. And the man in the snowplow jumps out, and he helps me to my car. And then he gets my phone so I can call someone. He stays with me. A friend came instantly and drove me to emergency room. And most of the time I was laughing. And of course, I just chalked it up to adrenaline, like everybody who thinks they're going to die, is like, here's the adrenaline, just sort of making everything slightly euphoric. And I'm in there and talking to the nurses, and they're thinking, oh my God, I think you've broken your femur. We think you've broken your hip. And of course, at my age, you think that that's really the end of the world. And so I'm laughing. They're taking me for a CAT scan and they look at my head, and then I have to wait, and talking to my friend, and so glad to be alive, and just sitting in the wheelchair. And it takes like 2 hours, I think, to get all the tests back. And but luckily it was a tiny little urgent care hospital. So there was already nobody, no one was really there. And so they come back and they look really slightly astonished, and they always lead with that thing you don't want to hear. They go, well, at your age, they say, at your age, we kind of expected a lot of problems, and there is nothing wrong other than you torn a bunch of tendons and you tore your hip flexor and all this other stuff. Well, I'm just laughing, thanking them. Can't wait to check out. Glad I'm not going to have a hip replacement or anything like that. And I get home. I finally get home, and now the adrenaline's wearing off, and now it's like impossibly painful, and I don't do drugs. And the woman who helped me brought me a walker, and I'm thinking, oh, if this is my future, this is just not going to work for me. And so I just kind of get home, and I'm just kind of there, and my guides are all there, and I hear this profoundly different voice. And I hear this voice say, "Hi, Maya." This is Uban. And I'm looking around the room because I'm expecting to see one of my observers, and a new one. And I realize it's coming from me. The voice is coming from me. And I realize that I've had an integrative experience with a part of me that was not from here. And I'm just like astonished. The voice was highly unusually different, more male than my voice. And for days, I felt like I was being dogged by someone I didn't know. It was like in the shower and while I was cooking, and if I'd get up in the middle of the night, and it was all this chatter, and it was sort of this chatter sort of from the side. And so as I became more aware of who this was and why this had happened, I realized that during my accident, I had what is now being termed a soul infusion. I call it a soul integration because what I learned about Uban is my future self. It is not a different self. It is not another spiritual soul imprint. It is another aspect of me from the future. And man, did that change my life, because all of a sudden, my life was through the eyes of someone from the future, a me from the future who had very different goals, different perspectives, different attachments. And for Uban, the world was like an amusement park. It was like all this history and newness of things. And so I got this unbelievable gift. It was the gift of seeing everything that I see every day, except through somebody else's eyes, tasting every food except for the first time, hugging my dog the way I've never hugged my dog or my children or anyone else for that matter, because everything was new and a first. It was the most amazing gift. And over the years, this was about, well, it was 4 years ago. I can't remember what year that would be. Over the years, the interface between my hybrid self and my walk-in self just became a seamless union. There was no other voice. There is just the voice you're hearing right now. There was no other hearing of Uban. It is just the me I am now. I still have the observers. I know them very well. When I do readings or channeling, they're there with me in the room. But the walk-in experience I have, I don't refer to much, just because that integration has happened over the last 4 years to just become the soul that I'm expressing on the planet at this time. So this is little pieces of me and my life and my travels, and they're just Cliff Notes versions of big moments and astonishing opportunity. And so it is an opportunity for me to be here with you, share a little bit about my life. And if you'd like to get in touch with me, I like the personal route. You can reach me at my email, which is Maya, M-A-Y-A, Christobel, CHRISTOBEL @gmail.com. I happen to be the only one with that name on the planet. And so you will be able to find me. I have a new website that will be up soon, hopefully before the conference. At this time, I should have a site up called interdimensions.com. That's ENTER dimensions.com. My work site, which is all about healing trauma, is mythotherapy.com, mytho-therapy.com. I'd love to hear from you. I hope you will be at the conference and meet some fantastically beautiful people. And I have a lot of joy at the idea of participating and being able to meet some of you. But please reach out to me if you have questions or thoughts. I do answer my emails in a timely fashion. So glad to meet you. Thanks for listening to a little bit about my life.
Hello, I'm VictoriaReynolds. I am an angelic walk-in, spiritual luminary, and oracle of freedom. I'm the physical embodiment of Victoria Elohim of freedom, and I am an ambassador for the Elohim. The Elohim are creators of worlds, and I have, and many of the Elohim have returned in human form in order to recreate this earth. As one of the original designers and creators of Earth, I have volunteered to return at this time to help restore the Earth to her original grandeur and restore humanity to their original divine human blueprint. The Elohim of freedom, who is the embodiment of who I am, is here to help free humanity and free the planet from fear, which has taken over Earth and has broken down the original divine blueprint for both this planet and for the beings that were created to thrive on planet Earth. I refer to her often as Mama Gaia, Sister Sophia, as the planet herself is also an embodied angelic being and represents the Divine Mother in all that she does and all that she is. So I'm here on behalf of the Elohim to help restore the planet and her people to their true original divine plan. My role is the freedom of humanity from the present fear-based reality, so that all of humanity, all who consciously choose, are able to rise up out of this old reality into the truth of who and what every being is capable of. As we restore Earth to the beautiful garden she once was, I call it returning to the garden of Gaia. This is the story that was written about in the story of Adam and Eve as a metaphor for what happened on the planet and how humanity fell from love into the state of fear that it has been in for many thousands of years. And many of us are here, actually, many light beings, guardians, star seeds, angels, so many of us have volunteered to be here right now at this time to help lift humanity up and restore Earth to her full potential. And so as the Elohim of freedom, my role on the planet is to help with spiritual freedom. Ultimately, all freedoms are spiritual freedom. This is all about liberating the spirit from the fear-based constructs that were created to hold humanity in these lower vibrations of existence. The divine human blueprint was created to be sovereign, to be free, to not have constraints on the spiritual enlightenment and connection to the divine. And as fear came to the planet, it encapsulated the human mind and really downgraded the human vessel to what has been seen for many thousands of years. There were dark beings who came to the earth and downgraded the human blueprint. And now this human blueprint is being restored. All of this is ultimately spiritual freedom. So my role as a spiritual luminary is to help humanity remember who they are, to help humanity learn how to liberate themselves from fear, how to help humanity recognize fear in the disguise of love, help humanity to remember the beauty of this glorious planet. We all get the pleasure to experience and be a part of recreating. In this present time, in the human experience, humanity is in a transition phase. This is a phase much of human beings refer to as the ascension. The ascension is actually a process and not an event. And planet Earth and her people have been in the ascension process since the early 1960s. In this ascension process, love returned to the planet and light started flooding the planet, and the beginning of the end of the older reality. That is the older reality that is based in fear. On a soul level, human beings, all those who have incarnated in human form, agreed to experience learning through the contrast. And this learning through the contrast means learning through the contrast of fear and love, dark and light. And on a soul level, for many, many, many thousands of years, humanity has been learning through the contrast. And humanity was also told that there would come a time when this would be a planet of peace, and the contrast would disappear and dissipate into the nothing, because learning doesn't need to be done through suffering. Human beings actually have the capacity to learn through joy, to learn almost like hydroponic plants, where we don't actually need so much darkness and so much fear to learn through. And there has, up until now, as we're starting to see, as more light floods the planet and as more love floods the planet, we're starting to see the fear dissipate because it cannot exist in the presence of love. And we're beginning to see the darkness dissipate because it cannot exist in the presence of light. And every human being on earth, every being who has a light being who has chosen to incarnate in human form, are the light beings who came to restore the light and to be the light. This is the divine light of source that is anchored into every single one of us. As light workers, as light leaders, as way showers, to show the way for the rest of humanity to find that light within themselves. And the more every human being remembers their light and anchors their light and remembers that they are love having a human experience, the more human beings remember that, the sooner the fear and darkness will dissipate from this planet. And Earth will be restored to her beauty and her grandeur, and human beings will be restored to sovereign beings of light who have the capacity to self-govern, to learn through love and light rather than fear and darkness. As their own divine human blueprint is restored and reactivated, and human beings begin to remember who they are as divinity having a human experience. This is why I'm here, to help humanity remember this. And this is why the Elohim have returned to help recreate this earth, this planet, and the people on this planet to their true original divine design. This is the reason so many starseeds and angelics have chosen to incarnate in human form at this time, to help lift humanity up and out of this old fear-based reality. Because learning through the fear and learning through the darkness is complete. As a collective of souls, this collective has now chosen for Earth to no longer be a learning planet of learning through the darkness and learning through the contrast. This planet is now being restored to a planet of peace and paradise, a respite for souls. And so that is what is presently happening on the planet. So for those who may be concerned about all the darkness that is bubbling up around them, understanding that this is a necessary part of the process. If we are to heal the disease to the human experience, we have to first recognize it, realize its existence, and then apply the necessary compresses of healing and love on those dis-eases to the human experience. And so what is happening is that all the darkness is coming up to the surface and being exposed in the light, because so many light workers and so many light beings and so many star seeds and so many angelics are now here on the planet, anchoring this new light. And as the light grows and expands, the darkness is exposed. And it is coming to the surface and being exposed so that we can remedy it. There are people out there who think this is the darkest time in the human experience. What they don't understand is that the reason it looks so dark is because there is so much light. There's so many beings here now holding the light that the shadows are being exposed. Remember, it's difficult to see the shadows in the darkness. Once there is light, we start to see the shadows. So humanity is actually in the process of doing its collective shadow work. Just as individuals need to do their own shadow work in order to grow into higher vibrations of love and light within themselves, this also needs to occur on the collective human experience, planetary experience. So humanity, in this present transition phase, as they're moving out of the old fear-based reality and into this beautiful new reality based entirely on love, is going through the collective shadow processing. And shadow processing is not an easy process. Depending on how deep and dark the traumas and the experiences have been, determines how difficult and how long this shadow processing takes. And so this collective shadow processing is the ascension that so many have talked about, that has been prophesied for thousands of years. We are in that right now. Humanity is in that ascension process right now. And there are beings who are here who have incarnated on the planet in order to assist humanity through this process. This shadow process of moving out of this old dark, fear-based, controlled human experience, as humanity remembers what it is. This is like the caterpillar remembering it came here to be the butterfly. This is humanity in this transition process, which is akin to the cocoon of a butterfly. So humanity's in that cocooning process right now of breaking down everything that it used to be and becoming what it was always meant to be. So it's really, really important that you not allow yourself to get sucked into the fear of what you presently see happening around you. It feels like a storm, and it's really the breaking down of that old reality. And the breaking down of that old reality is a necessary part of creating an entirely new reality. Just as the cocoon is necessary for the caterpillar to reconstruct itself as a butterfly, this recreation of Earth becoming who she was always meant to be, and all of the beings that incarnate on her planet becoming who they were always meant to be, involves this process of breaking down this old self. And the breaking down of this old self is what is presently happening on the planet. So rather than be in fear of what you see swirling around you, understand that this is an important part of the process of re-becoming who you were always meant to be, of humanity re-becoming who it was always meant to be, of the planet herself re-becoming who she was always meant to be. As divine love having an experience through all things, and fear and darkness are dissipating from the experience as humanity begins to remember its divinity and will spread its wings and fly into the new world that we are all intercreating. Every single one of us create with our minds and our hearts, with our thoughts and with our actions. And the more of us who recognize this in between time, this chrysalis phase for humanity, and learn to love the shadow process that we're all going through, the sooner we will move out of this process and into this new reality that exists solely on the vibrations of love. Pick a term that works for you. This old fear-based reality that humanity has been, people call the Matrix, they call 3D, they call hell on earth. Doesn't matter what the label is that you most align with. There is an old reality that was based in fear, darkness, and control, and fear disguised as love. That's the tricky part. And we're moving into this new reality that is often referred to as a fifth dimension, 5D, heaven on earth, love-based reality. Pick the label that works for you. It all means the same thing. This transition phase that humanity is in right now is also often referred to as the shadow processing, the cocoon, the fourth dimension, fourth density, 4D. Again, pick the label that most resonates with you, because the labels don't really matter. Just as there are 1,000 names for God, there are 1,000 names for the dark essence on the planet that people call evil. The labels don't really matter. The important thing is understanding that all of it is created by Source Creator. For all of us, every being across all universes to learn through and experience through the evolution of our own souls, to understand what it is we don't want so that we can have more and more and create more and more of what it is we do want. So a lot of these beings across many lifetimes and many universes and planets and experiences experienced a full range of experiences in the evolution of individual souls. And there are some souls who are much older than other souls. And at this time on planet Earth, the ancient souls have returned to help the younger souls move up this bridge into their own divine human potential. And humanity is beginning to understand. At the beginning, many of the younglings, this isn't necessarily young humans, this is the younger souls, are beginning to understand what they are capable of. And being restored to the divine human blueprint and remember who they are as divine essence experiencing itself in human form. And the way to remember that and to re-become that is to let go of everything that is not that. In this cocooning shadow processing time humanity is in, it is going to require a letting go of all beliefs, all systems, all structures, all concepts, all narratives that are not based in pure, absolute divine love. This letting go of everything that is not pure, absolute divine love can be a very difficult and painful experience for the human being, because so many human beings have attached their identity to what they believe, to what they've always been told by external influences about who they are. And disbelieving can be a very painful process. And yet that is what humanity is being asked to do right now, to disbelieve everything they've ever been told, to come into a new understanding of who they are and what they are truly capable of, as their spirits are set free from the fear that has attempted to hold them captive. And together we create an entirely new reality based solely on love. This is the creation of new earth, restored earth, recreated earth, elevated earth, ascended earth. This planet and her people are both ascending at the same time, and this is a rare and unique event across the universe. And because this is such a rare and unique and special occasion, this is why so many beings have volunteered to be here to assist in the process and to celebrate the success of this. And as the planet and her people are restored to their grandeur, it becomes a celebration across the entire universe for other planets to see what's possible and other beings to see what's possible for themselves. This is why everyone wants to be here right now. This is why the human population has soared now over 8 billion. There aren't too many people on the planet. There are so many people on the planet right now because everybody wants to be here right now, participating in this extraordinary time, not just for planet Earth, but for the entire universe. And we have been called by the divine to be here. We volunteered to be here to help assist humanity through this process. Many are called and few choose, because this is not easy work. And yet it is work that is so beautiful and so spiritually rewarding to watch humanity begin to wake up and remember who they are. To watch humanity begin to set itself free from the fear-based constructs. To watch humanity liberate itself into the sovereignty that comes with being connected directly to the divine. And so that is what we are doing here. So many of us who have volunteered, who have experienced countless life forms across the universe. And I come as a representative of the Elohim to bring this message and this liberation, this freedom of the mind, body, heart, and spirit back to the human experience, so that all of humanity and all life on earth is set free to be all that each of you have the ability and the design and the intention to be. Remember, dear ones, that all of you hold the light within your own hearts, that all of you light the way for others to find the light within themselves, that all of you are way showers for the freedom of others who have yet to free themselves. This is how we recreate Earth, by becoming all that we have the ability to be, and by restoring the original divine design. If you want to learn more about me and more of the teachings and more of the work that I do, you can find me pretty much anywhere. You can find me at VictoriaReynolds.com. You can find me on YouTube on my Victoria Reynolds YouTube platform. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, Twitter, all of the various places. I'm on several different show programs with others. You can catch my onstage presentations. I have a lot of global presentations I'm doing this year on various stages. And the best place to find all of that, if you want to stay connected, is on my website. And I do have a free gift over there for you as well. It has been a pleasure being of service to you and being a part of this beautiful galactic alliance. And playing this role of helping to set you free. And as I always say, remember to shine your light so high others can't help but see their own light. Together, we are creating a world of peace, love, harmony, prosperity, and freedom for all life on earth. I love you. I know who you are. And I know that Earth and all of her beings are becoming who they were always meant to be.
After 3 years of having to produce the Portal to Ascension Conference online, we have been waiting for this moment. The Portal to Ascension Conference is returning live and in person. Join us at the Marina Village in San Diego, California, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. As massive shifts are happening on the planet and hidden truths are being uncovered, we are piecing together the fragmented parts of our existence and timeline. At Portal to Ascension, we are dedicated to full circle awareness of the truth of who we are and remembrance of our connection to the cosmos. This is showtime. There is no holding back. Now is the time for us to harmonize the frequencies and create unity and peace on Earth. We are deprogramming from an outdated matrix system, re-educating and remembering an inherent truth that connects us all. As we come together, we activate our truest potentials, individual gifts, and collective resolve. We are ushering a whole new reality that we know is possible and is waiting for us to embrace it. Join founder Neil Gore and the entire Portal to Ascension team with hosts Alan Steinfeld, Michelle Anderson, and Joan of Angels over these 3 days, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. We will experience musical performances by Larissa Stowe and the Shakti Tribe, Vox Angeles, Share the Light, Admiral Apollo, and Torquemji. This conference features incredible luminaries such as JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Adam Apollo, Carolyn Corey, Robert Schock, Linda Moulton Howe, Robert Edward Grant, Barbara Lamb, and many more. Register now at ascensionconference.com. It is time for humanity to awaken.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to present for the Galactic Ambassadors Congress. My name is Vicky McGrath. I'm the founder of Vicky McGrath Spiritual Arts. I'm a certified mediumship teacher and certified life purpose medium, and a channel for multidimensional beings, including the angelic and elemental realms. I offer online mediumship classes and readings for people all over the world. I've appeared on podcasts, YouTube, and spoken at conferences across North America. I hope to continue to travel the world to help people realize their spiritual gifts and connect with the spirit world. I want you to know that my spiritual awakening has been very recent. Let me tell you about how it happened. In early 2020, I was feeling extremely low, suffering from anxiety and depression and a negative mindset. It was a cycle for me to experience the lows of anxiety and depression during the winter months. I have a family, including a wonderful daughter I adore, and a business, and I had a passion for triathlon, and yet each winter I would suffer from this cycle. At that time, however, I was driving one day and recognized that each time I got into my car to drive somewhere, I felt intense sadness and cried, even if I was feeling neutral prior to getting into the car. This made me wonder, was this a self-perpetuated cycle I was creating for myself unknowingly? I decided to look into how I could develop a more positive mindset. I began by reading a book that I already had, Train Your Brain by Dana Wilde. From there, I started listening to Dana Wilde's podcast, The Mind Aware, and began to recognize the cycle I was creating in my own mind. Train Your Brain outlines how the reticular activating system, the RAS, in the brain is like a matchmaker looking for things in the outside world to match up the thoughts going on in our mind. Essentially, the RAS is creating a loop of sameness. So if you're feeling anxiety and depression and thinking to yourself, I'm so depressed, I feel so sad, I feel so bad, I hate winter, the winter makes me feel so bad, the RAS is looking around outside to match those thoughts and add to your burden of proof that things are terrible. The way Train Your Brain shows how to break this cycle is to first notice the way your brain is matching up your thoughts. I noticed this for the first time when I was crying automatically in the car. This was a cycle for me, and my brain knew my negative, repetitive thinking and showed me, oh, you're driving the car. That means you feel bad, and so here are some feelings to support that thinking. After noticing awareness, you take steps to interrupt the cycle. In the book, Dana tells us that the goal at first is simply relief from the negative thinking and the negative cycle. So we begin with soothing, slightly better thoughts to interrupt the pattern. Soothing thoughts such as, I may have felt depressed before, but now I know I can feel better just by thinking more positive thoughts. Or, ever since I started listening to Dana Wilde's podcast, I notice I'm starting to feel better. From the soothing thoughts, you can add more positive thoughts. Things usually work out for me, or things are working out for me, or everything is working out for me. Building the positive thoughts gently over the next days and weeks helped to lift me out of my anxiety and depression, and I actually started to feel good again. Once I began to feel better and literally train my brain by implementing and implanting positive thoughts to replace the negative thought loop, I started to get good ideas, insights, and felt motivated and interested in my life again. The book, Train Your Brain, shows us how to use positive mantra or repetition to make yourself happier, how to break out of a negative cycle by interrupting it, by breaking away from the old habitual patterns in our life that no longer serve us, and build new, helpful thinking and patterns that create growth and happiness. As a result of starting to feel happier, all of these other opportunities start to pop up in your life. In December 2020, I joined a Facebook free 5-day summit called Practical Magic. I thought it would be fun to help to continue to raise my feelings of positivity. During that 5-day free summit, I had a total spontaneous spiritual awakening, and the things that I learned on that summit were mind-blowing. I suddenly realized I had psychic gifts, all my clairs were opened, and I realized that other people lived this life every day. They were guided by their intuition. There were people who were star seeds and galactic shamans and walk-ins and channels. Just so much blew my mind wide open. I began to explore and research like a crazy person, everything about the people who taught on the summit. I bought readings and classes and clearings to learn more. What I came to recognize after the summit is that I have been using intuition my entire life without actually knowing it. I saw pictures, I got intuitive downloads, insights that just came to me without anybody telling me or any educational knowledge. Things just dropped into my mind. When I was in my career, I would have a full, complete picture of the outcome of a project or something I was working on. At the time, I had no idea how to convey how I knew the information. And I think that's how most people live their lives. They don't realize that they are already being guided by their intuition. Since then, I have learned I'm a channel to the beings from the elemental realm, the angelic realm, and cosmic beings, as well as human beings in spirit. I have taken many classes in mediumship, including becoming certified as a mediumship teacher and life purpose medium. And today, I would love to take you through a process to meet your spirit guide. This was one of the things that I also learned through my process of becoming the person that I am today. I will use a couple of visualization processes that you can use anytime you wish to communicate with your spirit guides going forward. Once you know how your spirit guide is there for you, you will never feel alone. You can call on them for support and guidance anytime. Before I do that, however, I would like to take you through a creative visualization practice that will help you relax and have fun. This is very brief. It will only be about 3 minutes. After that, I will guide you through a slightly longer visualization practice to meet your spirit guide. Neither of these practices involve any hypnosis techniques. They're simply visualization. To begin, and before we get started, let's talk about spirit guides. Your spirit guides adore you. They only want what's best for you. They would never transmit anything that would be scary or negative in any way. If this ever happens for you, you can be assured it's your own mind acting in fear and uncertainty. The mind doesn't want to give up control and tries to keep you safe, doing the same things day in and out. So when you begin to seek guidance from your spirit guides, your mind will try to throw up some roadblocks to stop you. This could be anxiety, doubt, or fear, and you must ignore these roadblocks or simply say, "It's okay, mind, thank you, but I'll be fine." Spirit guides may present themselves as something or someone familiar to you that brings you happiness. As an example, my spirit guides are from the elemental realm of wizards, fairies, unicorns, and the myrrh. These may not actually be what guides look like. They may, in fact, simply be light or energy without form or sound. But this is how they present to me because they know, in my mind, these are fun, magical beings. Your guides may show up as angels, animals, shapes, or light, or they may just be a feeling. You just know they're with you. For this first visualization practice, I will guide you through my bubble visualization. Visualization opens the creative pathways in the brain and helps override the left brain paralysis by analysis. By opening to your creativity, you have a greater chance of sensing the spirit world. I created this visualization practice after I had listened to a practice from Alicia Power, who also channels spirit beings. If you're interested in learning more about her, she has a wonderful podcast and YouTube channel. So let's get started with the bubble visualization first. Sit in a comfortable chair, upright, and close your eyes if possible. Take a few deep breaths and settle into your chair, just allowing the chair to hold you up. Now, in front of you, imagine a big pink bubble of light, about 8 feet in diameter, floating freely. It's a bright, luminous bubblegum pink, shimmering brightly. If you can't visualize the bubble, that's okay. Just imagine what else is going on with the experience. Now, step inside the bubble. Just step right into the middle of it. Don't worry about how to do this. It's nice and bright inside the bubble, so you can see clearly. How does it feel as you walk in? Is it springy and soft, or is it firm and supportive? What does it smell like? Really take a moment and breathe in the scent deeply. Does the scent bring up memories? What is it like inside the bubble? Is it soft and fluffy, or fizzy and effervescent? Can you feel the inside of the bubble on your skin and face? How does it taste inside the bubble? Is it sweet, gooey, or champagne-y? How does it sound inside the bubble? Is it crinkly, swooshy, or does it sound as if a cotton ball were rubbing against your skin? Are you floating freely inside the bubble? How do you feel inside the bubble? Do you feel joy, happiness, and fun like a child? Do you feel excited or energized? Take as much time as you like with each of these perceptions. Really relax, breathe deeply, and allow yourself to receive the experience. All right, you can step outside the bubble now. Give it a pat or a hug if you like, and thank it for the experience. And now you can open your eyes and take a few deep breaths to complete the experience. I really encourage you to try this visualization every day. It doesn't matter when you do it. As you get more familiar with the experience, you can do the exercise anywhere to use some of the perceptions to trigger your creativity in a situation where you could use some new ideas or a new perspective. For example, if you're sitting in a meeting or lining up at the grocery store or walking somewhere, imagine you can smell the bubble or feel the bubble on your skin, or imagine you're standing right inside the bubble and feel the joy and happiness and magic anytime you need a boost. This experience is meant to inspire creativity and help you to understand how your perception operates in your imagination. Creativity is how to open to your intuition because it helps us feel good. Also, intuition is a world of spirit and requires you to engage your imagination because it's not a physical place or destination. And since we can't point to a singular destination or understanding of the spirit world, it's important to realize that we're all creating our own experience every moment, and that no two people experience the same thing the same way. By understanding this, we can begin to appreciate the importance of our own experience and not be concerned about others' experiences. Further, we can begin to understand that, in fact, we can create our own experience and not rely on the outside world. In addition, this experience begins to unfold how your intuition works. For example, if you could easily see the bubble in your mind, for example, this is how you may experience clairvoyance. If you could easily experience how the bubble felt on your skin, this is how clairsentience may come through. If you could smell the smell of the bubble, this is what clairalience might be like for you. If you could taste the bubble, this is how you might perceive clairgustance. And if you had memories from the past associated with the bubble, or things just dropped into your mind about your past or other experiences, this is how claircognizance might come through. The clairs are really important for receiving information from the spirit world. Your spirit guides will send you downloads or information as an entire block in a way that is entirely unique to you. For example, I receive most of my information as clairvoyance. I see something in advance of knowing what it is, or claircognizance. I know something is going to happen, or I know how something is going to happen, or I know something is going to happen before I know what the circumstances or context is. I still remember one download very clearly, even though it was 25 years ago. I received a clairvoyant download that I was going to be a writer. That's it. There was no context, no further details, just a picture of me standing in front of what I imagined to be a studio and a deep inner knowing of the message. Have you had this happen? I'm sure you have, even if you didn't know it at the time. I sure didn't know what had happened. I told my family about it. I thought it was a vision, but discounted it because I didn't have any knowledge or experience with the clairs. Now, however, I see it for what it was. Very clear direction on my life purpose, which I totally failed to follow. Until now, that is. Now I have a blog, and I have actually 4 draft books. 1 adult book on intuition, and 3 draft children's books that I'm working on. So I'm making up for lost time. So now, if you're still with me, I'd love to go through the Meet Your Spirit Guide visualization. The purpose of this visualization practice is to meet your spirit guide and allow them to provide some information on how you would move forward on your spiritual path. You could think of something now that you would like to ask their guidance on, such as, how can I move forward on my spiritual path? Once you start the visualization, you will begin to sense that you and the spirit world are one. And this is true. We are all energetic beings, and we are all energetic expressions of the divine. And so we are not separate from the spirit world in any way. As we go about our lives growing up as a human, most of us are taught it's not normal to talk about the clairs or spirit guides, so we slowly close off to them so we can fit in with our family and friends. The truth is, we have just closed down our abilities to receive the guidance from our spirit guides, but they are always guiding us. So the value of this visualization is that you will receive guidance on your question and know how to move forward. And also, of course, meet your spirit guide so that you know that they are always with you and you can contact them and ask them questions anytime. Okay, are we ready? This is also a short practice. Start by taking 2 or 3 deep breaths right into your heart center, really focusing attention on the area around your heart. Now, begin to imagine your heart center filling up with a beautiful light pink light. And then the light expanding out from beyond your heart, beyond your body, to encompass and encircle your entire body about 8 feet in diameter around you. Feel the beautiful, luminous, pink ball of light all around you. See it shimmering and shining, and you standing right in the middle. Now imagine a pillar of white light streaming straight down from the cosmos into your crown chakra, and then down through all your chakras one by one. Third eye chakra, throat chakra, heart, solar plexus, sacral, and root chakra, straight down into the heart of our beautiful planet. Feel yourself really grounded in the bubble of light and anchored into the center of the planet by the pillar of light. I like to think of this as like an olive with a cocktail spear through the center. Feel the light pulsing down through all of your chakras from the cosmos above, and feel the pink ball of light pulsing like sonar waves around you. Now you're tapped into both your energetic field, the fields of the cosmos, and the planet. You are a channel or a conduit between heaven and earth. And now, it doesn't matter which direction you're facing. Imagine in front of you is a being of love and light. The being has a light body that resembles a human form or something that you recognize. It has some form and possibly some detail. If you can't make out the detail, it doesn't matter. Just imagine and know that it's there in front of you. And now, the being in front of you is talking to you. This is your spirit guide from another dimension. They are connecting with you here in this space. Know, of course, that your spirit guide is always connecting with you, guiding you and supporting you, but at this time, you're making the conscious choice to connect with them. Just allow your spirit guide to talk to you. It doesn't matter if you can't hear what's being said or see clearly. Or maybe your conscious mind is telling you that nothing is happening or there's nothing there. But just know the information is being received in a way that will be helpful and meaningful for you. The downloads are being delivered. Now, you're going to extend your arms out and embrace your spirit guide in a deep hug, and just allow them to merge into you. Just melt and dissolve into you, and along with them, the knowledge and guidance they have provided for you. After your spirit guide has merged into you, take a few deep breaths and then allow the pillar of light to return up through your chakras to the galaxy and pull the pink light back into your heart like you're pulling back a bubble from bubble gum. When you're ready, you can open your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and complete the visualization. The important thing to realize when you do this practice is that the information you asked for has been provided, even if you don't know what was said or what happened with your guide. You may have received something very clear, or you may not have any idea what happened at all. Whatever you received was perfect for you. The next steps you could take to continue on with the process is to journal what you received and then stay alert for the sparkly breadcrumbs to come along. I call them sparkly breadcrumbs because you will know when you see them that they will lead you to the answers you seek. You may hear a song and receive information from it, or you may meet someone who will give you something you need, or you may find yourself in circumstances that you couldn't have known about that lead you to the information you seek. Just stay open to these sparkly breadcrumbs and you will be amazed at how the information comes together in an amazing and wondrous way. And then you can go back into the practice anytime and ask your guides for the next step and the next step and so on. When I do this practice, I often have the same spirit guide visit me, but sometimes I have new guides come through. And sometimes there is a new guide for each practice, but usually it's a consistent guide that comes through. but I only see them and know what they represent. I don't actually hear them talking. You may have heard the message or seen the message, or you may not have felt like anything happened at all. And this is all still perfect. Your mind may try to tell you nothing happened, that what you received was just a fantasy, so expect this might happen. Your mind is starting to realize you are no longer relying on it to make your choices and decisions, and it's confused and out of sorts. It will try all kinds of things, raising fear and doubt to get you back to your normal behaviors and ways of thinking. When you notice this, give yourself a high five, because it truly means you are becoming the conscious creator of your reality in partnership with your spirit guides. As you begin your journey of partnership with your spirit guide, you will begin to recognize when they are communicating with you by the way you feel. Our spirit guides are always trying to uplift us. So if there is a choice to be made in any situation, and one choice feels like fun, expansive, and joyful, this is your spirit guide nudging you to the one that feels better. Spirit guides communicate through feelings and imagination, so follow what feels like it is for the highest good, and you cannot go wrong. To wrap up my time with you today, I'd like to offer you 3 reasons to communicate with your spirit guides often, so you have a strong sense of why you should continue with the practices I shared with you. The first reason you should communicate with your spirit guides often is so that you know you're never alone. Whenever you feel lonely, isolated, and anxious, simply reach out to your spirit guide, and they will reveal to you that they are always here, waiting for you to call on them, trying to uplift you and make you feel good. The second reason to communicate with your spirit guide is for guidance and support when they have a decision to make. Your guides will always support you and offer you the highest and best outcome. The main focus for your guides is to help you feel good. And so with any decision to be made, your guides will be pointing you in the outcome that makes you feel the best. The third reason to communicate with your spirit guides is for growth and expansion. When you work with your spirit guides, they will continually unfold your path in the most beneficial ways, and you will notice that suddenly you're aware of things or know things that you've never noticed or known before. As an example of this, when I first had my spiritual awakening in 2020, my first guide was a Pegasus, which is a mythical being that unites heaven and earth and leads the deceased to the heavens. So this was a foreshadowing of the unfolding of my own gifts. The same will happen for you. When you work with your spirit guides, your clairs will unfold and expand. Your desire for more knowledge and understanding will expand, and you will want to know there are other people who are going through the same things that you are. I would like to invite anyone who is interested in learning how to channel for others to join my Learn to Channel group class or mentorship. This is a 6-week class, and you are guaranteed to learn to channel in the very first class. You can learn more about the class and register on my website, www.vickymcgrath.ca. I also have a limited number of mentorships where I work one-to-one with students to learn to channel and help them create their very own spiritual business where they can be of service to others and help uplift humanity and the planet. So that really covers what I wanted to say for now. I hope this was a valuable experience, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here and for your presence in the next 30 minutes. And I'm really grateful to be able to present for you and have you listen. So my name is Rachael Ralli, and what I want to share in the next 30 minutes we have together is a little bit about myself. Who am I? What do I do? And then I really want to share an experience with you. So My intent is to share an energy healing and clearing of your physical and energetic body, and also to then bring forward a transmission. And the intent behind that transmission is for more balance. So more balance in your body, in your emotions, in your life, and also in our world. So, from within, so without. So when we change how we are feeling from within, that's where we can then see the changes in our world. So a bit more about me. I'm Australian. I'm currently living on the east coast of Australia, and I'm actually at pretty much the most easterly point of this whole land. And I just want to start by really recognizing the ancestors who've lived on this land for hundreds of thousands of years or however long. And I'm really grateful to each of them for their presence on this land. And also to your ancestors and to my ancestors as well. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, because when we acknowledge where we've come from, it's helped to create and mold who we are, and we can more clearly see, well, where do I want to be going from here? So what I'm really passionate about is energy healing and our world as an energetic nature, and really the connection to nature and to our spiritual selves, the creator, to source energy. And so I actually was a research scientist. I worked in medical research. So I worked in cancer research at a cancer hospital, and also for a biotechnology company for a number of years. And it was actually in 2016 that I left the science field. And one of the reasons I left is I got into science because I really wanted to help people. And I just realized the way the industry works, I wasn't directly doing that. But I absolutely love science. I love knowing how things work and how our world works, and all those that analytical mind of discovery. So I still really love that. But I really came back to who we all are at the core, right? But as a child, I was very connected to our energetic world and our spiritual nature. And it really was as I grew up, we are like probably a lot of you, right? If you're listening to this, you're probably similar in that there's something more than just our 3D world that we get to look at and experience. And so really it was as I grew up, I got disconnected and I forgot that part, and really I looked at only this 3D world we're in. But it was a rediscovery and a re-entering back into that knowledge and that wisdom in my 20s, after I had a lot of health challenges, that I was able to just connect back to that. And so it was through those health challenges that I realized that, our current model of health, it doesn't really work that well. There's so much more deeper that we can heal through. And that is on the physical, the mental, the emotional, and the spiritual side. So, I really love to look at how can we transform the energetics in ourselves. And that's what I bring forward in private appointments and through my healing is looking at the energetics. And so when we change the energetics within us and in our reality, that is when we really have true change, and we can change really rather rapidly and in the least possible, in the best possible way. So with ease and through grace. And So yeah, that is a little bit about me and what I'm passionate about. And so maybe we'll just get started into a bit of an experience. So my intention, like I said, is with your permission, I'd love to do a clearing of your body and your energy field, and I'll just see what is coming through in terms of that. But yeah, I'd ask you to, if you're well open to that, just agree with that, and those energies will flow. There's nothing you need to do. We don't need to overthink things. We can just allow the energies to flow for your highest and greatest good, and the highest and greatest good of all. So that's my intent for that. And so yeah, I'd ask you, if you want to close your eyes and get comfortable, you can do that now. And yeah, maybe let's start with just noticing, how are you feeling within your body? Like, what are you feeling? Because often we don't stop and just actually notice, like, what's happening in my body? How am I feeling? So physically, are you noticing any little niggling or any little niggles of pain or tightness? What's actually coming up for you around that? And then also, how about emotionally? Like, what emotions are you feeling? Maybe you're feeling a little bit of frustration, or maybe you're feeling a bit of uncertainty, like, oh, I'm not sure what this is. And what thoughts are coming up? What mental things are coming up? So, what words and beliefs are coming up? Now, that's the difference between the mental and the emotional. The emotions are what we're feeling, and the mental is our thoughts and our belief systems, our beliefs. So just noticing how you're feeling around that, and just remembering that, and then you can check in later. How am I feeling? So I'd ask you just to take a few slow breaths in and out, just calming your body. And when we breathe slowly, it's actually communicating to our body that we're safe and that everything's okay. We're in a safe space, and we can start to slow our body systems down. And when we slow down, it actually gives our body more space for healing and more space to recognize where we are, like what's happening, like how am I feeling, and what is actually going on. And it's from that space that we have the ability to just recognize it and then make the right choices. So now I'm just going to intend, and again with your permission, that we just clear the space that's all around us. And we're all in different places, we're all listening online. So just clearing the energy in your space that you're currently in. Just anything that doesn't serve you, doesn't serve the greatest good of all, just leave now. Doesn't need to be here. Don't need to be connected to that. So just clearing that so we have a clear space. If you like, you can call in your guides or who you work with. Just calling that in. So now just allow the energy to start flowing. You might feel something flowing, or feelings, tinglings, warmth, different things in your body. Or you might feel nothing at all. And both of those are perfect. And so firstly, just calling in an energy into our heart center, into our heart space. So allowing that energy to enter into our heart center, the center of our body, and to just clear anything that doesn't serve us. So what don't we need anymore? that is in that space, just allowing that to be released, allowing us to open up our heart more, firstly to ourselves and to others as well. The energy's flowing up into our shoulders as well, releasing any energies in our shoulders and our neck, up the back of the head, up to the crown, and opening our crown, opening up to our own divine wisdom. Because when we listen to our own divine wisdom, when we are connected to our own connection, we can make the decisions that are really the best for us. And you can take and listen to the advice of another, but when we are tuned into ourselves and our own divine wisdom, we'll make the right decision for us. So the energy is flowing down now through the center of your body, down into the throat area, clearing the throat and the higher heart, the thymus area, just making sure we are speaking and communicating from a place of love, from a place of openness. Energy is now moving down into our hands. May we create through the divine source, through love. May we create with love what we need to create in our life. And now the energy is just through the whole front of our body, just opening up to our true potential, who we are. Just allowing that energy to flow. That energy is flowing now down into the bottom of our torso, the bottom of our core body, down into the root chakra and our lower back and our lower hip area. And then I see the energy flowing back up through the spine. And really this is looking at the Kundalini energy, the energy from our root chakra up into our body. May that energy flow freely, clearing the energy channels, the meridians in our physical body. Just allowing that energy to continue to flow. I see that energy on our lower backs, clearing our lower back area, clearing all the organs that we have around there, around our gut and our stomach area, our liver. Just releasing anything and the physical toxins we have in our body as well. We live in a world that is full of chemicals in our food, our air, our water, and sometimes these chemicals might not serve us. So we have an amazing body system that can clear our bodies out. Sometimes we just need a bit of help to help our bodies to keep clearing it. And also I employ you with energy, any energy work you do, to just ensure in the next couple of days you're drinking lots of water to help to also physically clear out anything coming up to be released now on the emotional, mental and physical level as well as spiritual. So I see now that energy is flowing up into the head area, into the third eye and forehead area, just opening ourselves up for our highest good to new ideas, new potentials. What can I create for myself? For each of you, you're thinking that, what can I create? What do I need to create? Can I think differently to do something different? To be creating now what I need to be creating. I'm seeing that energy flow into our jaws, into our teeth, our tongues, our mouth. So may we speak and create from really a place of compassion, a place of love, a place of openness, to create for our highest good. I I see that energy now moving up back into our forehead, connecting our third eye with our crown, with the higher chakras, those higher energy centers that connect us to spiritual wisdom for our good, connecting up that we may each have a clear channel to be acting for our highest good from the divine to help others and help ourselves. The energy is just now flowing back into the heart chakra, back out through the hands, and really may we create in our lives from truly a place of love. Now just starting to just be conscious of your breath, conscious of your breathing, starting to come back to the awareness of you here in this physical place. Just notice how you're feeling now. How is your body feeling? And before you took a notice of your physical, emotional, mental self, and how are you feeling now? Like, what are you feeling in your physical body? Are you feeling lighter, or maybe you're feeling the same? Maybe you're feeling more open, more peace. I'd love to hear what you're feeling. But also, are you like emotionally and mentally? Maybe a little bit of that mind chatter has slowed down. And just taking another moment just to feel how you're feeling. And then when you're ready, you can open up your eyes and just coming back present, moving your body a little bit maybe. So that was a really short example of how I love to bring energy to transform. Like I said, that energy flowing is transforming our physical body, our emotional body, and our mental and spiritual body. It works upon all those layers. I actually have studied many different types of energy healing. I love it. I love learning. So I think I've studied, over 20 different energy healing modalities now. But really what I work with as my strength is I connect to nature, to Gaia, to the earth, to the elementals, to our beautiful trees and the animals, and also to our galactic family and our spiritual family that is in the non-physical world, right? The world we don't see, and bring forth that innate wisdom from a healing wisdom from my soul, from my ancestry, but also from my soul, what I know. And that's the healing that I really use and bring forward. And so what you experienced just now was a little bit of an example of that. And I love to do private appointments with people that really can focus on exactly what they're looking to shift in their life. So it might be a physical thing, or it might be emotional, mental. I'm also a holistic counselor. While I was still in science, I did go back and study holistic counseling, and I love to look at emotions for the emotions and belief systems we have. What are our beliefs that are creating our world? So everything starts from within. All the experiences we have outside of us start from within. And so when we change that, that is when we get the change in our outer world. So that's what I love doing with people with private appointments. And so now is what I really want to do with the remaining time we have together. I'm just checking the time. So what I want to do with the remaining time that we do have together is that I would really love to bring forward a transmission. So this transmission will be light language and sound. And I want to bring this forward as well as also a visual. Right, so if you're watching the video, you can keep your eyes open for this and watch the visual movement that will be on screen. And that is the full transmission. If you're listening to the audio only, don't worry, the full transmission will come through to you. That is my intent, and that is what I have created for you. But you might want to go out and actually seek the video. If you can, I think it will be on YouTube. It will be, I'll aim to put it up on my website after the screening as well. But you might be able to find that and look at the visual component. But if not, that is perfectly fine too, and you will get the full transmission. So yeah, I just welcome you to relax into this. And with light language and with sound, we don't need to overthink things. We often want to work things out with our mental mind. But what, really to transform in our world, in our life, is to go back to the heart and how do I feel? How is this making me feel? And that is the true guidance. How am I feeling? That's the true guidance as to what is this? Like, is this good for me? Is this the path I want to go down? That internal guidance, how it makes you feel, really will tell you if that's right for you or not. So yeah, I just ask you, I welcome you to relax into this and enjoy this transmission. And like I said, really my intent behind this transmission is really about balance. So the balance within us, the balance of the divine feminine and the divine masculine energies. We each within us, no matter what sex we are, have both the masculine and the feminine in us. And when we can work through the balance of both of these powerful energies, both are so powerful, then when we have that in balance, we can be in our own personal power to be able to call forth the masculine, call forth the feminine when we need it within us in different moments and in different parts of our lives, in different tasks. Also, balance of more peace, right? Balance of more love. If we want to see peace in our external world, we need to have peace within us. And if we want to see love or freedom within our external world, we need to have that within us. So that is part of the transmission that I'll be doing now. And we'll just see what comes through, and you can see what things are coming up for you as this transmission takes place. So I hope you enjoy it. Ika ino shao, asa ana okinao ma'a. Ishino u a ana ao. Pesta akana u shina akao. Ino sa anao ma'akino eka ane una shina. Mana huna. Au. Ika enusama anashe eno o ika anaheo. Esta akanahana irama ashino ona. Nestero hono menesta eka anesmao. Yaina. Muso an china akanu yanahao. Mahasana au no ho neonana. With love and gratitude, thank you for your presence. We are so grateful you're here. So now just coming back present. And yeah, I just want to thank you so much for listening to my presentation and for being here with me. I really am so grateful. And yeah, I'd love to hear in the comments, how you found this. And you're also welcome to email me and let me know how you found the presentation. I'd love to hear from you by email. And so I'm going to put up on the screen my information. So my website is rachaelralli.com. So RACHAELRALLI.com. And you can email me at hello@rachaelralli.com. So like I said, I'd love you to email me and let me know what you thought of this presentation. And of course, I'd love you to check out my website, check out some of my offerings, what I offer. If you feel inspired, I do offer private appointments. I have some free offerings on my website as well, so I welcome you to go check those out. And I have some other offerings on my website as well. So I welcome you to check that out if you felt it resonated with you. And either way, I'm just so grateful for your presence and grateful for you as a being that is here on this planet at this time. It's such a powerful time, and it certainly occasionally feels really challenging. We are being asked to step up into something greater, and with that can bring challenges in our life and in our external world. So I'm just so grateful to you, and I hope you just enjoy the rest of this conference, the rest of these discussions. It's so powerful, and there's so many amazing people offering such really incredible things. So enjoy the rest of this conference, and I'm just eternally grateful, and I hope you go forward and really allow yourself to come into your own personal power and find that inner peace for your life moving forward. So thank you so much.
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sabine Therapies, and welcome. I will tell you a bit about myself, first of all. I'm Belgian, and for many, many years, I was working as a finance manager, and I switched 10 years ago in holistic therapies, mainly energy healing, transpersonal regression, lifestyle coaching, and animal communication. I can say I'm quite psychic since the age of 7 years old, and I would say that's how my journey started. At 7 years old, when my grandfather died, my grandfather on my father's side, I started to see him every night near to my bed. And after that, I realized that I was also capable to hear the thought of my dog, my cats, and even cow in the village, which my mom was not okay with because she was saying animals don't speak. But that's really how my journey with the other world, if I can say like that, has started. Now, how I got there today, here in Dubai, working officially, being an entrepreneur in that field and working with clients on a daily basis, this started exactly in 2012 when I landed in Dubai for a job as a finance manager, which I didn't stay for long. That was the starting point where I really switched to that field. And one day I remember my guide was speaking to me and somehow pushing me a bit, saying like, Sabine, it's time now to embrace your mission. It's time to leave that world. But it was bringing a lot of money and I was not ready to do that. Then it took me a while until I really accepted and embrace my mission and feel okay as a healer. And the first things I've done is placing an ad, I remember, here in Dubai in a small newspaper at that time. And one woman answered directly and said, can you come for my dog? And I proposed at that time to do just energy healing. I didn't mention animal communication. But of course, I started the session and she realized very soon that I was capable to talk with the dog and to understand what the dog was telling me. Then word of mouth, and here we speak about the Arabic phone, that's how we call it. That person spoke about me to others. And then I started to meet a group of people and then another group of people. And I started mainly with animal first. After that, with time, I also realized that, yes, animal is good to work with them, but that was not the solution because most of the time animals were taking the energy of their owner. Then I started to specialize and I follow courses in hypnotherapy, transpersonal regression, theta healing, shamanism, reconnective healing. Oh my God, I cannot name it. They have so much because I wanted to help also the owner. And that's how I started my journey on the second part with the people, mainly the owner of the animal, making them also understand that they need to fix themselves if they want to fix the animal, because the animal has the tendency to absorb our energy. If we are only light and love, they will absorb light and love. But if we are full of crap, sorry to say that way, that's what they will absorb, because mainly also they are healer. And because they are being of unconditional love, they're also ready to sacrifice themselves to help us. Let's say I have a headache on constant, I would say constant time. I have a headache or I have a huge migraine. I have a dog or a cat. My animal will absorb that energy and mainly will start to absorb the energy that I'm not able to cope with. Then that's how they can become sick. And I had to explain slowly to the people how it works. And that's how I started to work with human being and animal. Later on, I think it was in 2014, something like that, I started to write my first manual in animal communication, and I started to teach my first level, the beginner animal communication, which attracted 7 people at that time. I was so glad, so happy, so excited, because in the United Arab Emirates, especially here in Dubai, 10 years ago, doing a workshop about animal communication, people would be like, what the heck is going on here? What is that BS? But yes, 7 people, and then people started to speak more about this. I started to get more clients, and then on and on. Few years later, because it took me 4 years to write 4 levels of animal communication, I finally finished that stage and started to attract more people to help them to understand the animal. Some became animal communicator on the professional level, and today I would say they are practicing. Mainly, that's how I got there, and that's how I started to practice here in Dubai. And today, I would say I also work with many horses and teach the owner how to sense the horse, because it's working on the opposite way very well. But for the owner, it's always difficult to understand the animal. And this, I think, is something new for many, many human beings. Being able to feel the animal inside their skin, inside their body, being able to sense them. This is very new. And I hope in 10 years, and I say I hope, that's not really true, because somehow inside me I know in 10 years the world will be different, and people will be able to reach that stage where they can really communicate with the animal on a different level, and they can sense them. Yeah. That's my story, mainly, how I got there. What I would like to focus on today is the relationship between people and animal, especially in the terms of animal communication. Animal communication, for those of you who don't know what we speak about, it's not about behavior. It's not about training, because very often I have people confusing that or telling me, I'm talking already to my dog and my dog is talking to me. Here we speak mainly about intuitive communication, and even more deeper, because that's what I do, is pure telepathic communication. And of course, everyone can learn that. I want to specify, you are born with this. It's not a gift. Many people still believe that you are like a sort of a witch or magician or whatever when you do that stuff. No, telepathy is an ability that everyone is born with, but because we don't practice and we speak that language, we use our tongue, we use the verbal language, it became like a rusty muscle, if I can say like that. Then you just need to train yourself. And telling you how you can communicate with your animal, how long time it will take, etc., without especially becoming an animal communicator or doing on the professional level. You can learn that just to speak with your dog, with your cat, with your family animal. It's just about practice. It's like gym. Don't tell me I want a 6-pack and I don't want to train, or don't tell me I want a 6-pack in 3 months. That's not possible. It's the same with animal communication. Much more you train, more results you get, and easier it's become. I think this was very important to mention for each and everyone, because I'm sure in the future everyone will speak with the animal, mind to mind. You can call it also mind to mind communication, heart to heart communication, or intuitive communication with your animal, or telepathic communication with your animal. This is animal communication. And I would like to enter into a subject. When I spoke about the relationship between people and animal, I had cases recently with competition horses, especially horse jumping, a very high level. As you know, I'm into UAE, and here horses are like gods on some level, and I will not enter in detail. They still have people who are doing competition and love the animal. It's about being awakened enough to understand what the animal wants. And it's also about being sensitive enough. And we are getting there slowly. And I think that field needs a lot of education, and it's coming. When I say education, is because people don't know yet how animals are sensitive. They know, yes, they are sensitive, but on a certain level. When I say sensitive, it's that they are able to feel you. But most of the time, because they absorb your energy, they become your mirror. They become you. And the case I had recently is with someone who just bought a horse. And unfortunately, the horse stopped to jump. He's arriving as an obstacle and frozen, finished, end of story. And you can try whatever you want, it doesn't work. Of course, around my client, many people were saying, oh, that horse is not for you, you need to return it back and buy another horse, and la, 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 la. That person was intuitive enough and finally contacted me and asked me to see, listen, what can I do? Tell me. Then I had a conversation with the horse, and the horse said directly, I like you, and I'm happy to be with you. The owner looked at me and said, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, that's what your horse is telling me. The client said, listen, that horse arrived just recently. It has been imported from another country. It was for sales. And the person started the story. And the person said, I'm very surprised because he's not really showing me. And I have a problem with him during the competition. And it's a shame because I have the pressure and people look at me because that horse is a very famous horse. Then imagine the pressure that the client has. And then we entered in a deep conversation where finally, and that's the beauty of the story. This is why I wanted to speak about that today. Finally, my client was like, oh my God, I was far away to realize that. Because the horse entered into a deep conversation saying to him, please be patient, give me more time. You need to feel me, because when you ride me, when we enter into the competition, you are very tense. You are highly stressed. And also your behavior change. Then I'm absorbing everything, but obstacle after obstacle, it's higher and higher, of course, because they start by lower and then they go very high. And that horse is capable to go more than 100 meters and a half, which is quite high. And for him, it's like when he was with the previous owner. But with my client, doesn't work. When we arrive at 120, they're finished, end of story. Then I explained to my client, listen now, this is a learning for you. That horse came in your life for a very specific purpose. And that's what the horse said, because my client explained to me also, and this is a very funny moment because he bought two horses in reality, not only one. That one, who is the famous one, let's say like this, and another one who has just a little bit of level under. The horse just got an injury before the competition. Then he said, imagine my pressure I had, because I had only one horse. Then I have no choice. I must ride him, but he is very stubborn. He doesn't want to jump. He doesn't want this, la, 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 la. This was the beginning of the session. And then I asked the horse, and the horse said, yes, because it had to be me. But like this, it had to be me. And I'm like, okay. Then we entered even deeper in the conversation. And he said, when you will be capable to manage your stress, I will not be frozen because I will not take it anymore. He says, I came in your life because you need to learn to feel more forces on a deeper level. And for you, it will be a new level, like never. you have felt, never you have seen. We will be able to become, and he was showing me an image of becoming like this, becoming one. And the horse was showing me, I didn't say that directly to the client because at the beginning of the session, he was not ready to hear that. I said a little bit later, but that horse showed me images in the future where they are jumping very high, like he was doing with the previous owner, and they are synchronized. The owner is able to feel what the horse is feeling and is able to communicate with his horse. And we go like into a symphony, which is not existing today. And he was telling me also, yes, but what you are telling me doesn't make sense because I had other horses before. Okay, they were not jumping that level. This is why I bought him, because I want to go higher in the competition. But it was easy. And they didn't froze. Nothing was happening in this way. And you tell them, turn left, they turn left, turn right, turn right. They just listen. And then the horse said, yes, but I've been born to be a champion. And I've been educated to be a bit stubborn, to go to the level where I am. You want to compete with me? They have something that you need to do is managing your stress, even when the environment is really, really stressful, even when it's the most difficult situation, because competition is stressful for the person who is riding a horse. But he said, I will help you, but you need also to help me because I came in your life for a very specific reason, to develop a relationship like never you had with any horses. And then I'm passing many other details because that session went over 1 hour. We arrived at 1 hour and a half, finally. And I remember at the end, the owner said, can you ask my horse if he is happy when I'm walking him, just walking like a dog, let's say like that. And the horse answered, yes, I'm happy, but if you are happy. And then the owner said, I don't understand, this is making no sense, you know. And then that horse entered deeper and said, listen, when you walk me, you just walk me like you walk a dog, but at the same time, you are not there. Your body is there. You have, let's say, not the leash, but he gave the example of a dog. It was really funny at that moment. Said, you walk me, but you are not there. Just your body is here. Your mind is left, right, behind, yesterday, tomorrow, after tomorrow. He says, then I'm getting bored. If you walk me like this, he says, no way. You ask me if I'm happy to be walked with you. Yes, I'm happy, but only if you have a discussion with me. Then the owner asked, he said, how can I speak with him? Say, for the moment, you speak with him like I'm speaking with you, because he can read your mind, but you really have to learn how to be present and to enter in him to get a real symphony. That session was quite amazing in a way that the big learning was you have to change the way how you think. You have to change the belief you have about animals since many years, because that client is riding horses. I cannot tell you, it's like all his life. You get the point. And never he had this trouble. And all of a sudden, that one is entering in his life to give him that message. But what I saw, what the horse was showing me as images regarding the future, they will be in symphony. They will be together in the future. They will understand them on a very, very deep level, meaning when the horse will not be fine, he will be able to make the owner sense it, even if the owner cannot get a telepathic communication directly. This was really the beauty of that session, because you know, that's not the first time I have cases like that. I had jumper on different level because horse jumping is very famous here, including horse racing, but mainly jumping. I had many people who had that issue where the horse is just frozen before the obstacle. It's not always the same case where the owner is so stressed, the owner is so tense, and the horse has taken too much, and now the horse cannot cope with. It's like a child who has a response, freeze or fly, you know. But I had also a situation where the horse had an injuries before, and memories were coming back just before some obstacle, or the way how the owner was leading the horse was, I remember I had that with a mare who was saying, if you take me from one side, I will be okay. But if you go on the other side, I'm feeling already very stiff because of that injuries. And all the images from the last accident, because it was quite deep, are coming back to me. And I'm like, well, no, I can't do that. You know, it's not always due to the energy of the owner that the horse will be frozen. But most of the time, I will not give a percentage because I don't have a percentage, but most of the time, animal will absorb our energy until it's full. Let's say like that. I'm making the story very short, otherwise I can write a book with you today. That's not the point. But most of the time, animal have the tendency to absorb everything, good and bad, from us. They are already in synchrony with us. That's what we are not with them. And like I said before, because they are ready to sacrifice themselves and they are here for a big mission, which is first a healing mission, especially for horses, also education level, because when you observe animal, you can learn a lot. They are much more elevated spiritually than us. Just to say here, what is the message today for us as human? We really need to work on ourselves, change our perception about the animal world, including insect, because I had myself a surprise recently. I still had the habit sometimes to kill some, how we call it, it's not the bee, that's the other one, the wasp, because I still had a trauma from childhood. I was always running away when they have a wasp coming. I don't know if I pronounce well, but I'm sure you get what I mean. And recently I killed one. And when I say that, I'm still feeling emotional. After, it was like automatic pilot. Within a second, I saw an image. Believe me, this is not a joke. It seems very crazy because it's an insect. And we are more tuned to dogs, cat, dolphin, horses, iguana, lion, blah, blah, blah. But even in the insect world, I've been shocked. The image came to me for the very first time in my life. Well, I'm not killing wasps all the time. Maybe I killed 2 or 3 in my life, something like that. In general, I'm the one who ran away. I would not kill it. But that time, I don't know what happened. Fraction of a second, done, finished. I killed it. And the image that came to me was the eyes of that insect. The image became bigger, like the size of a dog, a big dog, you know, but it's not a dog, of course, but I mean, imagine a German Shepherd size, okay? That wasp face became big, and I received like that, and I'm like, oh, wow, but no aggression, really no aggression. It was like not even a disappointment, it was a form of sadness, but I cannot say sadness like on the human level. It's a bit different what I felt, but I felt guilty. And then after that, I felt really like shit, believe me, for maybe less than 1 hour, I cried because that insect was telling me, why? I didn't want to attack you. I would do nothing. And at that moment, I realized, oh, what the heck have you done? Even today, I'm speaking about this. I feel here inside something happening. I'm very emotional. Because I will not cry, but I mean, yeah, it seems stupid with a wasp. It's like, yeah, anyway. Yeah, I'm emotional now. Just to tell you, when you arrive at a certain stage and you can enter in synchrony with animal, you are able to change the world. Oh, me alone, I can't do anything. But if everyone is able to arrive to that stage, even with that wasp, it was a weird communication because I've made a mistake and okay, it's too late, it's done. I will not go again and again and again, but you see, I'm speaking about this, I'm still feeling guilty and I still feel the emotion. And I ask for forgiveness. I'm not telling you how many times, to God, to the Galactic Federation, to everyone. Then just to close the chapter now, I just want to tell you, please work on your belief system, develop yourself in a way that you start to communicate with the animal kingdom, with also the insect kingdom, because we are the one who can change the world by our way of thinking, the way how we behave with them, and the way how we treat them. But when I say treat them, I'm not speaking on the physical level, because many people are still judging animals, talking bad about them or making gossip, and they feel that, they know, and it's hurting them. Thank you for listening. Now, I would like to give you some information about me in a way how you can join me. My website is www.sabinetherapies with S at the end, like therapy, but therapies plural.com. I have also a Facebook page and Instagram account. You will find them by going on my homepage on my website. Thank you for listening, and bye-bye.
Hi, Shehnaz Soni here. I'm here to embark on a journey to share with you guys about myself, about my company, Ashes to Sona, which is all about transformation from ashes to gold, like a philosopher's stone. And my subject that I'm extremely passionate about, the quantum being, that I just recently wrote a book on, and how you can reach me. This video is going to cover all of these things. And to dive into Ashes to Sona and the quantum being, the key thing I like to share with you guys is I come from a conservative Muslim background and very patriarchal background. However, despite of the no from the culture and the society and the religion and the country, I have become an accomplished rocket scientist for NASA. And the reason I wrote the book Quantum Being is because we are more powerful than any rocket or any missile I've ever worked on. And I truly believe that, knowing my own self-transformation, knowing everything that I've learned, working in the industry where we only work on the state-of-the-art technology and products that nobody else works on. When I compare our human craft with any spacecraft that I've worked on, I realize how powerful we are. We truly don't know. And the only way we learn about ourselves is when we are put in a situation, a crisis, a challenge, a problem, and then we completely sometimes die like an ashes. We completely transform into ashes, and then the new baby comes and revives itself, and it's stronger than before and more sustainable. And I think that's the main reason human beings are still here on planet Earth. And I want to make sure that everybody understands the true power of human craft. And that is why I share all I have to offer through my book, through my workshop, through my teachings, through my quantum healings, how you can truly sustain your craft in the best possible way so you can handle your life the best possible way while you're here on planet Earth. So I'm going to go ahead and do some screen sharing to give you a little preview on my life and the quantum being, and how you can reach me. You should be able to see the screen now. Ashes to Sona is the name of the company because we are all here to transform ourselves. We are continuously transforming ourselves, consciously or unconsciously. I am wanting us to be more aware of this transformation so we can leverage it, and we can make the most of it. We can truly be an alchemist of our own lives, so that way, as a humanity, every one of us can converge in making a heaven on earth. I have come a long way from where I was. I was in a Karachi, Pakistan, in a patriarchal culture, not supposed to go to school. And I broke many barriers to become an accomplished aerospace engineer working for NASA right now, being the author of the Quantum Being book that's written in English. And I did not speak English when I migrated to America at the age of 21. And I became a health and transformational coach because I went through many health challenges. And coming from a third world country, I had all the diseases that you get to warn about. I had those diseases and I had some challenges with it, and I learned to overcome it. And because of that, I want to share the wisdom. And energy healing, we are an energy being. We are an electrical being. And when you truly understand that spirit is where you can make most of your work happen, so your physical self can leverage from that, then that is the key thing about all in existence. That's why Nikola Tesla heavily highlighted the fact that when we started understanding the non-physical phenomena, then we are going to be able to move leaps and bounds. And I am a proud mother of 4 boys as well. So the goal here is to say that we are a multidimensional being, which means there is no limit to your potential. There is no limit to what you can accomplish. And therefore, you can do it all. You can be a mother, you can be an engineer, you can be an author, you can be a coach, you can be a healer, and you can be Shehnaz, or you can be a human being. So sky truly has no limit. I was born in Karachi in a very coastal area. As you can see, it's surrounded by all of these countries that you hear about in all sorts of media and so forth. But I was very much a part of this very populous country. And it's a 98% Muslim population there. I was raised in a 3rd floor apartment, and it looks very post-apocalyptic if you truly go visit it, and you will notice that it's very run down, but the people are just a treasure. The houses inside are very clean and very good, but it's just like a country itself. The infrastructure looks disappointing, but the human being that lives there, and there is just so much potential for us to work from inside out to make Pakistan as one of the most amazing country. And that philosophy applies to every human being. No matter how messed up it looks from outside, we can truly fix it from inside, and you can be like a lotus flower that can just bloom. So I have taken a long journey, and the main reason I have been able to come as far as I have is because I did not accept no from anyone, especially when it didn't align with myself. When I was told no to go to school, I actually studied very hard and became a valedictorian, because to me, knowledge is power. And if you don't have a knowledge, then you can be slave forever. Not only the fact that I became a valedictorian, I had to truly get my engineering in the United States by talking to the counselor, Laurel Walkning, who recently died. She was an amazing woman, and I was able to get an appointment with her just to even get an admission at the University of California, Irvine, because I wasn't getting an admission based on my previous background coming from Pakistan. And I was admitted on a conditional basis. And I made sure that I was graduated as a magna cum laude and minded that I was learning engineering and English at the same time. So this tenacity that I do have as a built-in feature in me makes me very aware of how I want my life to look like and where I want my life to go. And because of this innate knowledge and wisdom, I want everybody else to have that wisdom for their inner navigation system so that they can truly do what they need to do to be where they want to be. And that is why I say that I'm a transformational coach, because I've transformed my life and I can help you transform your life. I do have a certification from Institute of Integrative Nutrition as a health coach. And health coach and life coach to me is 2 in 1, because your health is completely interconnected with your life. And most of the times when we truly have any kind of health challenge is because it stems from our life challenge. If you come to me by saying that you have a constipation issue, I will ask you this question, that what are you constipation about in your life? What are you not able to digest in your life? What is one thing that truly makes you stuck in your life? Because if you're stuck in your life, then you're going to be stuck in your digestion. They're all connected. As above, so below, you are the universe. And that is pretty much the fundamental of my coaching and teaching. I was fortunate enough to be invited to go to a retreat at Islam Mujrez in Mexico, where I was surrounded by amazing light beings. And we did meditation. We did my quantum human workshop. And I had a great time doing this because I am here to share everything I've learned. And I'm looking for more opportunities to be in this capacity where I can express myself and help everybody else express their light to the maximum. So my background, my day job is aerospace engineer. And yes, I am a rocket scientist. And I'm very proud to be able to get there, because my career started actually in the very beginning of my career. International Space Station was my baby. I wrote many codes for the International Space Station as a software engineer, because International Space Station was built up in the space, and therefore it was very important for every piece to come together to create the space station. If we can use the exact same analogy to create a heaven on earth, we can truly do that, because International Space Station is a very good example of how different countries came together, how the European Space Agency, Russia was part of it, Europe was part of it, Italy, Japan, there was just all these countries were working together to make something that nobody had ever done before. And teamwork is a dream work. And I really say that that's the only way we're going to make a heaven on earth here. I was privileged to work on the Falcon 9 rocket, because this has enabled us to be no longer dependent on the Russian Soyuz rocket, where we can bring our astronaut back to Earth from a space station without any codependency. It's an interesting thing when you really go and see what Elon Musk is doing. If you visit the facility where he's building rockets, the name of the road is #1 Rocket Road. You can see the engine design configuration matches with the flower of life. So there is an interesting thing about all of this, is that people and leaders who are understanding the spiritual and the physical and interconnecting it, they are really succeeding in life. And I see that connection, and I want every one of us to understand that, so we can be the master of our own ship. I have been also fortunate enough to work for NASA and get awards for every project that I work on. And it just gives you the satisfaction and validation in a way that you are doing something that serves humanity. And at least with my intention is that we do really good on Earth. And if we can create a backup plan on Moon and Mars, then that's good for us and for our next generation to come. I was also very privileged to be selected for a very low percentage at Boeing, get selected to be part of the Emerging Leadership Program, where you go through very extensive leadership training. And I was able to do that. And I got an award there as a cultural changer. And it was interesting for me because I never thought myself as a cultural changer. But, you know, wherever you go, there you are. I have learned that about myself, that I came to America so that I can shake up the world and shake up my world. And now I feel like I have become a pattern buster because I've learned to recognize patterns and learn to bust the patterns that are not serving. And pretty much as a cultural changer, that's how we have to navigate our lives so that we can truly create the harmony among us and live in harmony and live in a way so that we can help each other and share the love. I also was privileged to work on Space Launch System as a liaison between NASA and Boeing. And that rocket is one of the most heaviest rockets we have ever built. And we were fortunate enough to finally launch it on November 16, 2022. And I was very proud that it happened because that is one of the key pieces for us to create sustenance on Moon and Mars. This is a vision that NASA had for Journey to Mars, and I just wanted to show that there are all these different pieces that comes together in a very beautiful way, in a very well choreographed way to make it all happen. And similarly, as you can see that again, we are working the Orion capsule where the astronaut will be using as a mode of transportation is done by Lockheed Martin and European Space Agency, which is the piece that goes on top of the Space Launch System. And therefore, you can see that even what we just did last year for Artemis 1 is an example of how we are working together and making things happen. Starship is what we're going to use when we send the astronaut to actually live on the moon for 1 week, because that is a lunar system. It's a human landing system, which means it lands on the moon. And then the goal there is to truly leverage what is the lunar soil has to offer, the lunar atmosphere has to offer, for us to create a fuel and a water and the basic things that can help us live on a moon and make it as a layover place for us to go to the Mars. And I pretty much live my life day to day, helping these missions to come into a reality. And I work from many different angles as a system engineer. I work to converge everybody to sing the same song through requirements. And then we make sure that we are implementing the requirements in a design so that we truly can have a successful launch like we had with the Space Launch System without having to have too many failures. And yes, it is going to be a scientific expedition. That is the key reason we're going there. And we will be collecting samples, bringing it back, and we'll have enough data to analyze and understand that what the South Pole has to offer. So in parallel to my day job, I have been dwelling into spiritual mystery. I've gone to mystery schools to understand the concept of metaphysics, tarot, astrology, Kabbalah. I taught Kabbalah in 2013 to a whole bunch of ministers. And I said that here is a Muslim teaching Christian a Jewish way. Because yes, I can do that. And you can do that. And we all can do that. And Kabbalah is a very, very good learning system. I can't say enough about it. I may have to write another book on that. But here's the quantum being, the subject that I'm extremely passionate about, because we are all the quantum being. And the reason I use the word quantum is because quantum is the amount of energy, is the minuscule amount of energy that is needed to move things from one place to another. And we are a moving molecule, and therefore we can make that happen just by taking that tiny step in the direction of our dream. We can open up the portal for the dream life. And there are 7 principles that are already in play at all times. We can leverage them by understanding them, and it will truly fuel us towards our dream life. And that is one of the key that I have sprinkled throughout the book for you to understand what those are, and it helps you to truly be in your power as the quantum being. I have been teaching healing, and my book has been going, I actually got the international on the Amazon, some sort of award there. And so I'm very happy that the book is doing what it needs to do, because it's my way of sending light in the universe. These are all the folks who are in my life, and they're also doing their job of spreading light. And I'm very proud to say that they're my friends, and they endorse me on my book. And Sasha Stone came in my life almost 2 years ago, and I'm very happy to get to know him. He is quite an earth shaker, humanitarian man who came here to spread the light at the mega level. And getting his endorsement for me is a privilege, and I appreciate that. Similarly, I have been meeting people through Sasha, David, Santos. All of these folks are just amazing, who have been doing the work of shining their light very bright, which is the reason a lot of you know them. And I'm grateful to be in the company of people who are all doing their best while they are here in the human form. I get this type of emails on a weekly basis saying thank you for my book and thank you for what I've done. And I appreciate that, because it keeps me going in the direction of continually following my calling. This was my first testimonial right after the day I released my book, and I was just taken by the paragraph here which says, if the vastness of the ocean had a song, it would be this book. The depth of subjects, both on personal experience level and educational insight, is profound. You were able to weave the spirit, soul, and body with words and bring forth the human experience that million can identify with. And I just was like, I was in tears when I saw that, because this was my first testimonial from my book. And I was like, wow, I really felt good about releasing the book in 1 year. And I'm hoping that my book and my teaching can help someone make their life more brighter. Another testimonial. Another one. And here I really like the fact that Laura is highlighting that I sometimes feel a strange energy around me that expands and retracts at the same time. After so many years, I now finally understand it is the tube torus. So cool. And yes, tube torus is the electromagnetic field. It's an aura. It has so many names, but at the end of the day, it is how you are, because we are a conglomeration of electrons and protons and neutrons. And once we understand what we are made of, what we are vibrating as, then it really helps us connect all the dots and everything that you understand as you are a spirit in the human body. And Dave Embry is an incredible researcher and historian, and he actually explains their human history in ways that I have not seen anybody else. And I was just very taken by the words he has expressed here, where it says, you truly are the dragonfly of cosmic adventure, leaving, as Columbus said, the shores of the known and embarking on the journey of true exploration, the universal journey of the soul. And we're all on this universal journey. And dragonfly is the symbol of my company. It's my logo, because dragonfly is a depiction of transformation and transmutation. It is where the truth is converged in all forms. So here is a little quick on quantum being. So if you understand the double slit experiment, it really helps you understand that why the quantum physics is in play in every aspect of our life. So when you see that when we pass the electron from double slit, it can either act as a particle or as a wave. When you're not looking at the electron, it acts as a wave. When you're looking at the electron, it acts as a particle. This is the key in understanding quantum physics, and this is the key in understanding how it affects your manifestation. Because it's obvious that when you add the consciousness in the equation, the way electron shows up in the physical world is different. And that is why it's important that you understand that the interaction with anything that we do, even when the CERN is performing the experiment and they understand the Higgs field, and when they see that Higgs field actually does affect the particles to become slower and become more massive. So that is how everything comes into from non-physical to physical. And this is a very in-depth learning, and I'm just giving you a little tiny flavor of it. But if you attend my class, then I can explain you this in a way so you can understand how you transform your life from unmanifested to manifested. But for here, just understand one thing, is just simply observing the universe can change the outcome. So therefore, you need to know what you're looking at and what you want to look at, because everything that you're putting your energy in, it's affecting your manifestation. And that is the key of using quantum physics in your daily lives. And this is just an example of quantum physics in action. If you really understand that observation affects momentum and manifestation, that is why when you're looking at something, it doesn't change. That's why watch pot never boils. And if you really see in real life, every one of us have noticed somebody looking at us. And when we notice them looking at us, we look back at them. And what happens? They look away. And because they don't want to get caught. But then we already knew that they were looking at us, and they also know when we are looking back at them. And this is all kind of quantum physics is being played in the background, and we sometimes don't understand that how all of that creates a quantum collapse to a timeline, the timeline we end up living in. So yes, your expectation does affect your manifestation. So don't expect something that has never come true, because you are wasting your time. So we do live in a quantum universe, and this knowledge has been 100 years old and hasn't been given to us. And that is kind of where I'm coming from, is to help us use quantum physics in our daily lives so we can really leverage the understanding and really make it align with our goals. Because that's how we can make the magic work using science. Yes, so we are moving electrons, and this is a picture that I have even in my book. If you buy my book, you're going to get all these pictures, but it just gives you a very good rundown on how everything that we learn in school, the biology, the chemistry, the math, everything is basically giving us an understanding of ourselves, what we truly are made of, and how we can represent ourselves as a cell, as a molecule, as an atom, as an electron, as math. And the CERN has been continuously figuring it out, what we're made of, and we keep on finding the smallest and smallest particles that we're made of. And we are electromagnetic fields, as is depicted here. And therefore, when you understand that, you can understand that why energy healing works, why crystal works, because crystal stores information. CJ gave me a quantum healing testimonial. And one of the things that was very important to me, and that is one of my goals, is that through the meditation, she was able to unlock a pattern that she was holding on most of her life. And she was able to take the great stride in rising the next level, because it's all about recognizing the pattern that are not serving and reprogramming them with the pattern that can serve you to your next state. So these are the workshops that I teach, and you can find it all on my website. And I love to teach and share everything I've learned. And I would love for you to sign up for anything that you feel you gravitate towards. If you want to take all of my classes, then this is the order you can take them, because it's going to help you unveil yourself and unveil your reality you have, the one that you are co-creating daily. Because you are living in a fractal world, and that is just the way everything comes into form. So when you can understand the two principles that's being played, the bifurcation and the hologram, in everything that you do, you will be amazed at how you can affect your life. It's like you're standing in a trajectory, and as soon as you take a step, you create a whole bunch of fractal reality, like a Free Guy movie, where the AI, once he gains the consciousness of making different decisions by having to no longer order the exact same coffee every morning, he ends up opening up the door to a whole new fractal world that opens for a whole bunch of opportunities, because depending on what fork of the road you go to, you end up deciding your new trajectory and your new destiny, because journey is intertwined with the destination. Because you are the one who is processing all of this information through inputs and outputs, and therefore you are affecting your vibration and frequency based on all of these inputs and outputs. And ultimately, your vibration and frequency affects everything that happens with you and what timeline you choose and where you head. Because you are reflecting yourself through these mirrors that Asim talks about. And this is how you comprehend the information, and this is how you transform the information. And because time is truly not linear, it's just the way we perceive time being linear. And I was happy to see that people's lives are being transformed when they take Kabbalah class, because it's one of the most deepest teaching and learning you can do for yourself. Yes, we don't need technology since we are the technology. And therefore, I say that as we undertake the daunting task of transformation, we embark on the journey that will ultimately become habitual, automatic, and effortless, akin to the rocket leaving the Earth. At first, the initial launch requires enormous power, then less and less as it leaves the Earth's gravitational field. Finally, the rocket moves through space under its own momentum, breaking all of the barriers beyond imagination to traverse new worlds. I'm here to truly empower you to rise up to be a kings and queens of the world, living your highest potential and authentic emotion leading to exceptional experience. Because if I can do that, if I can have the dream life, then you can as well. And just remember, step into your light is the key, igniting yourself as a quantum human craft, and is also the key to unveiling the magical world all around us. Please reach out to me through my email here, emerge. We are emerging. Emerge with me, which is emerge@shehnazsoni.com. My website is shehnazsoni.com, so it's very easy and simple to remember. And I would love to hear from you, from all of you, and Happy New Year. Thank you guys for staying with me through this long introduction, and reach out to me if you have any questions. As I said, I'm here to share my light with yours, and I'm here for all of us to transform in a way so that we can truly create a heaven on earth. Have a lovely day. Bye.
After 3 years of having to produce the Portal to Ascension Conference online, we have been waiting for this moment. The Portal to Ascension Conference is returning live and in person. Join us at the Marina Village in San Diego, California, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. As massive shifts are happening on the planet and hidden truths are being uncovered, we are piecing together the fragmented parts of our existence and timeline. At Portal to Ascension, we are dedicated to full circle awareness of the truth of who we are and remembrance of our connection to the cosmos. This is showtime. There is no holding back. Now is the time for us to harmonize the frequencies and create unity and peace on Earth. We are deprogramming from an outdated matrix system, re-educating and remembering an inherent truth that connects us all. As we come together, we activate our truest potentials, individual gifts, and collective resolve. We are ushering a whole new reality that we know is possible and is waiting for us to embrace it. Join founder Neil Gore and the entire Portal to Ascension team with hosts Alan Steinfeld, Michelle Anderson, and Joan of Angels over these 3 days, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. We will experience musical performances by Larissa Stowe and the Shakti Tribe, Vox Angeles, Share the Light, Admiral Apollo, and Torquemji. This conference features incredible luminaries such as JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Adam Apollo, Carolyn Corey, Robert Schock, Linda Moulton Howe, Robert Edward Grant, Barbara Lamb, and many more. Register now at ascensionconference.com. It is time for humanity to awaken.
Hi there, my name is Vicki Werner, and welcome to Releasing Emotional Baggage to Create a Healthier Future. A little bit about me is I'm a past life regression practitioner. I've been a past life regression practitioner for the last 15 years, predominantly using QHHT as a modality to help give insight and wisdom to help support in finding your soul's purpose and a greater understanding for the challenges that we experience in our life. I am also a trauma and emotional healing coach. I've gone through enormous challenges myself, and overcoming these challenges, I sat front and center in the spiritual development. I asked the bigger questions, and I learned through my own processes of ways that helped me overcome trauma. I'm also an author of my book, The Secret to Healing and Recovery. I wrote this book as a guidepost in the healing process. It's because I experienced so much trauma many years ago that it caused a lot of breakdown in my emotional body, my physical body, and I ended up having a near-death experience back in 2012. And I spent years in a healing journey. And this book is a gathering point of all of the tools that I used in my own healing experience. And in my own personal trauma, healing has been something that's been a very big part of my life for the last 20 years. And it's the thing that brings me the most joy is overcoming and seeing the transformation, not only in myself, but in others who engage in the healing process. Now, my intentions is that we have better resilience in our day-to-day activities, and that painful memories no longer hold an emotional charge, where we can look at our past without it bringing us down into that emotional dysregulation of the body and brain. And we can have greater wisdom about the experience rather than being a victim of the experience. And we can ultimately have quicker recovery from a challenge or a trigger. We still reside in this world, and there's going to be things that trigger all of us. But when we have tools where we can engage in and become stronger in, we can recover much more quickly. Living in an elevated state of being is an opportunity that all of us have. When we have challenges or trauma in our past, we tend to shrink our possibilities. We hold our attention maybe in victimhood or resentment, anger, fear, all of these lower frequencies that can hold us captive of our past. And when we're held captive, we tend to view our world as that we're victims of our environment. We're victims of the experiences that we have happen to us. But we can change this perception and view our world as a supportive in nature, that everything is here to teach us, to support us, to teach us to have greater love for self and to have greater tools as we embark on the healing journey. And it's healthy that we can focus our attention in present time. Wherever our brain is focused on, we have to remember that brains are time travelers. Our brain doesn't know whether something is happening to us in current time or whether it's a memory, because it's going to activate the same chemical reaction into our body as if it's happening in real time. But when we hold our attention in present time, that's where inspiration can happen, and that's where greater healing takes place on all levels of self. Now, change begins with each one of us. As all of us are aware, we are in a world of the biggest transformation in human history. There's been a great deal of division for sure, but there's also been a great deal of awakening and a greater understanding about the roles of different areas in our life. And this change requires all of us to step up and look at ways that we can engage in the healing process. We have all experienced some level of stress and trauma. There is no way that any of us got out of that experience, because there's been so much around us, and it's been a global experience to see trauma and people losing their lives and separation, and some limitation of our lives that have changed dramatically from where they were a few years ago. So remembering that healing of the humanity is going to be a global effort, and every one of us have this opportunity to contribute to the healing process. Recognize, though, that healing of ourselves is not going to be a linear process, and healing globally is not going to be a linear process either. In other words, we're not going to have an insight and then move straight to the end game without having a couple of bumps along the way. So we have to give ourselves permission to have a few setbacks and to be compassionate of those setbacks as we still move forward in momentum. Having awareness, active engagement, and support tools and forgiveness are all four necessary components that are going to be necessary as we move forward in this healing paradigm that is going to be supportive for each one of us. Now, what are emotions anyway? We all know that we have emotions, and emotions are a key player, but I'm going to break this down so that we're all on the same field about what emotions are. So emotions are an endpoint to our thoughts, our experiences, and our beliefs. And they are chemicals that are generated by our organs and glands. And each one of these emotions carries a different frequency. We all are aware of the frequency of fear or anger, resentment, scarcity, guilt, shame. All of those emotions tend to shrink our field of energy around us, our field, our auric field, our energetic field tends to shrink because we're going into more of a protection mode. But elevated state of emotions such as joy and gratitude, love, compassion, possibilities, all enhance our energy field. It expands our energy field, and it opens up our heart to greater possibilities. When we have unresolved or overwhelmed emotions that are not processed by the body, they tend to store in the tissue or the fascia of the body. And this is when over time we have these unresolved pain, and we don't really have a reason for that maybe there wasn't an accident or an experience that would create that, but there is a pain in the body. That's going to be because we have stored emotions that have not been resolved. Now, there's a number of reasons for why we store these emotions, but we have to recognize our bodies are not holding tanks of emotions. Emotions are energy in motion. So they come in and we process them, and they leave and get back to a homeostasis in an ideal situation. But when we have when we have a challenging emotional state, then we may freeze in the sympathetic response, and it may not be socially acceptable to let these emotions out, so we hold our stuff together so that we can be more socially acceptable, or we don't know how to process it. Scares us to look at it because nobody wants to look at what's scary or hurtful. We tend to avoid it, and thus we push it down. But we have to remember that we live our lives by how we feel. And I'm going to explain this a little bit more throughout this training. But when we recognize that how we live is based upon our emotional state, then the best thing that we can do for ourselves is let go of the emotions that are holding us back and lift ourselves to a higher elevated state. Not only do we feel better, and not only do people enjoy being around us more, but we also open ourselves up to greater possibility. Now, when we have a challenge, though, we have to remember that we can't force our brain to change. We can't think our way past the trauma or past the emotional charge. And this is, though, something that everybody attempts to do. When we have an anxiety attack, or when we're confronted by something that we think this should have been resolved, and we start shaming ourselves because we're like, how am I still carrying this emotion still with me? We start trying to bypass this experience, but our brain hardwires these experiences, and it becomes in the autonomic nervous system. So we have no control over it. It's in our subconscious patterns rather than trying to control our our brain from the stance that we are attempting. Now, having awareness of trauma doesn't fix trauma. It's awareness that helps us get started on the healing process, and admitting that PTSD is something that many people have experienced. It used to be just looked at from a clinical standpoint for veterans, war veterans, but many people have PTSD, and it's okay. It doesn't mean that we're wrong or bad. It doesn't shame us or that we're weak. It just shows that there's been an experience that hasn't been resolved. Now, our brain response, it becomes conditioned under these trauma experiences though. And so healing is training our body and mind to work differently when we no longer are bypassing our critical thinking, and we are actively engaging and opening up space for our brain and body to feel safe. Now, trauma changes us, there's no question. We're different after a traumatic experience. But it's also great to recognize that healing changes us too. We have an opportunity to be better versions of ourselves, wiser versions of ourselves, where we have a deeper compassion or love, an understanding of our purpose because of the healing that we engage in. And we must transform our relationship with self, because who we are is different than we were before a traumatic experience or before emotional disruption. But being compassionate and loving ourselves through the journey is one of the most beautiful opportunities of embarking on love than any other thing in our life experience. But what are the common blocks to creating this change? Many of us want to have change and not know how to engage in that. So let's address a few of these things that tend to limit us from moving forward. Now, the first one is the average person loses attention very quickly. Holding our attention has changed dramatically in the last 10 years. And this is because of a lot of social media, that we have our phones on us, that we're constantly engaged in many distractions in our outer world. So even if we want something really, really bad or really, really good, when we want something a lot, even if we want this, our attention will shift very quickly. And part of this is because we're overstimulated by our outer world. Our outer world is constantly giving us alerts and dings and signals that we have to engage with others and be on the ready for anybody else who wants our attention. Emotions dictate our state of being. We've talked about this. Now, because our emotions dictate our state of being, if we are feeling depressed or guilty or shame or unworthy or unlovable, feel a victim, then there's not going to be a motivation to want to change. We have to recognize that we have to shift our emotions first in order to raise that frequency up to open up possibilities for this healing experience. Now, our brains are wired for protection. That's what our brain's sole purpose is, to keep us safe and to keep us alive. And so when we have a traumatic experience in our past, it becomes hardwired in the synaptic connections. The more intense it was, the more that our body and brain wants to remember that so that it doesn't happen again. And it's why when people ask, well, why do I always remember the negative things or the challenging and painful things rather than the joyful ones? Well, the joyful ones are our natural state of being. There's nothing that's a threat. And so our brain doesn't have to compartmentalize that as something that isn't safe. But when we have a challenge in our past, we don't want to experience that again, so our brain keeps it front and center as a protective mechanism. We also tend to focus on what we don't want. We put our attention on the painful past, we put our attention on people that have hurt us, we revisit those experiences over and over because it's unresolved and we feel maybe victimized from that. And that's where our attention is. And so wherever our attention is, that's where our energy is as well. And so our energies tends to live in the past rather than in present moment to create our future. And we also have to recognize that change is unfamiliar. If we're engaging in the healing process, if it's unfamiliar, our bodies tend to want to be safe. And so even when we've had painful past, it's still more safe than something that's in the unfamiliar world. So that's just something to look at of why we behave the way that we do. And we have to also look at what are the energy drains that we have. Now, too much social media for sure is something that holds all of us, that drains a lot of our attention. We tend to numb ourselves when we don't want to engage in the healing process. And this can be a numbing agent through social media or alcohol or any kind of drugs or even food.
as a way to numb the emotions that we have. Poor nutrition is a key player, and there's many people who live in survival mode and maybe go through the drive-through as they're feeding their body as a means to accomplishment rather than nourishing the body as a means to fuel for regeneration and to heal. And again, we tend to hold on to our past as a protective mechanism. Many people also are waiting for the right time. We think that somebody's going to knock on our door or take our hand or show us the way in this healing journey. But it's a personal journey. Each one of us are eventually going to have to step on that path of the healing experience. The right time is always going to be now. And as we move forward and take the active engagement in the healing, the universe tends to start opening the door for us to move forward with more ease. Another way that we have energy drains is maybe you have a negative environment in your past or in your work environment or in your home environment. When there's a negative environment, it tends to shut us down emotionally. And this negative environment obviously is unhealthy for anyone to be in, especially if they're trying to engage in a healing experience. And the final one that I would like to address is constantly chasing dreams. Now, having aspirations and goals is fantastic, but when you're setting them out there all the time and you're not ever accomplishing a goal, you're not ever accomplishing something that you want, that you think it's for a rainy day or for when you're older or when you've accomplished things, when you've done good work, then you're limiting your possibility. It's healthy to look at life as stepping stones of possibilities, that when we have a dream, we have a goal, start moving forward, accomplish that one, and then build upon the momentum of that. And I think it's also healthy that we address the mental clutter, because it's our mind that is going to be either our greatest adversary or our greatest advocate. And by using our mind in a healthy way, we can build momentum again. So multitasking, unresolved emotions, and repeated disempowering thought patterns can all impact us negatively. It clutters our perception of self. When we have these negative thoughts about who we are, our perception of self shifts, just as when somebody else may say something negative about us that may not even be true, but we identify that somebody else believes it, so then it becomes our new truth. And our perception of self becomes not as clear. It causes us to procrastinate because when we feel limited and we don't feel clear moving forward, we tend to procrastinate in our ability to move forward. It may keep us in a victim mentality rather than in a victor mentality, where we accomplish things, where we have success mentality. And it ultimately limits our potential to move forward. We feel stuck in the process where we're just spinning day after day, but not really arriving to where we want to be. So looking at procrastination, as I mentioned before, fear and uncertainty will cause us to procrastinate. And one way that we do this so that we still feel like we're accomplishing something, not necessarily what a goal is, I like to say that we incite artificial priority. And I'm going to give an example of what that's like. Say, for instance, you're a stay-at-home mom and you want to implement cleaning out the garage, and you want to remove clutter from your environment, and you set these goals, and you have this opportunity, and so you're like, okay, I'm going to go clean the garage, and tomorrow's going to be the day. And you wake up that next day, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I first need to start laundry, and I need to start dinner, and I need to run a couple of errands, and I promised my friend I would get back with her, and all of these things that become a priority that wasn't a priority before. Now, and we do this because we're soothing our subconscious that we're still good, that we're still accomplishing, we're still moving forward. However, this artificial priority actually limits us in moving forward and accomplishing what we want to do. So using release tools to clear emotions, I'm going to go over a couple of those. Get more clarity of what you desire. When we're not clear, it's hard to step forward. So spend some time in meditation and engage in more clarity. Focus on why you want something. And when we have a reason why beyond ourselves, it helps build that momentum. And then be deliberate in creating a discipline in your path. When you have discipline in moving forward and be deliberate about that, you're actually strengthening tools for yourself. Now, in releasing the old, a few of these things that I'd like to identify is what is it that you want to change? When we identify what it is we want to change in our lives and we put this down in writing, then we get more clarity and we can help build upon that clarity. Then clarify why you want something. When you have the reason why, again, this is going to build the momentum. Use tools for release. We want to release negative emotions that may be limiting to ourselves. And these negative emotions we can use by the release tools that I'm going to be sharing with you. And then congratulate yourself on the small wins. When you have small wins that you step forward in and accomplish anything, give yourself congratulations, because it gives your brain permission to think that it's safe and it opens up possibility. And then be gentle with yourself when you have setbacks. We're all human. We're going to have days where we don't feel our optimal self. We're going to have things that are going to trigger us, or we may not feel amazing. But when we are gentle with ourselves in these setbacks, we give ourselves to move forward, permission to move forward. So these release tools that I personally like to use, these are just a few of them. There's many release tools that are options. My favorite one that I use almost every day is talk to nature. Go for a walk and just talk about what needs to be getting out of your body. Talk it out with yourself, talk it about with your higher power, with God, with energy around you, whatever is helpful for you. One of my favorite is just to stand by a tree, lean against a tree and talk to the tree. Trees hold great wisdom. They're rooted down in the earth and they're reaching up to the sky. It's a great symbolic message of how we should be as individuals as well. But you can sit by a stream, go for a hike up in a mountain, and just talk in nature. That's a great way to release emotions. Another one that I love is writing in a journal. And when we identify the emotions that we have, it's a great thing to start with. I feel, and then identify what is the emotion that you're feeling. Frustration, anger, resentment, unworthiness. Identify what those words are, write it out, and then and start writing all of the reasons why you feel the way that you feel. This helps get it out of the body, and you'll get little hits intuitively, or images will get into your mind, or you'll start feeling a little bit more intensity because you're releasing each one of these things. A 60-second tantrum is a fantastic tool. Do this by yourself when you just need to get a lot of energy out of your body. And we've seen children have tantrums when they're fatigued or overstimulated or don't want to engage in something like that. And it may not be socially acceptable for an adult to do that, but they do this because they're releasing energy. Breath work is a fantastic tool. There's a lot of different modalities about breath work. The one that I'd like to share, though, is a lot of our emotions that are stored in our body are in the 3 lower chakras of the energy centers, in these lower energy centers. So using breath to help stimulate that and bring it up out of the body is fantastic. Another thing to take note is when you slow the exhale, you're signaling the body that you don't need to run, fight, or hide from that sympathetic nervous response. So slowing down your breath, be deliberate in your breath work, and just closing your eyes and just focusing on the breath helps calm the body, calm the mind, and helps release the emotions. Declutter is one of my favorite tools, because when we hold on to clutter from our past, it's because we're holding on to energy from our past. And so decluttering what is no longer serving you or what you don't feel like is necessary in the new identity that you want. It can be very freeing for the body and mind. And then tapping, or EFT, is a tool that I use quite regularly. I have some tapping scripts on my website, and there's many YouTube videos. Many people have talked about tapping. The reason why this is fantastic is because you're addressing the meridian points that is signaling the amygdala that your body is safe. So letting go of the past. We have to recognize people tend to focus on unresolved past. We've talked about the reason why we do this is because we may be unresolved and our brain doesn't want us to experience that again. But when we give ourselves permission to focus on the lesson that we learned from our past, rather than the person and the experience, then we have greater insight. What were the lessons from that? What did it teach you? And when you look at the lesson from that, at the opportunity, it gives yourself a sense of completion and you can let it go. Now, tuning your frequency dial. So we know that we are energy beings. In today's world, it's common to talk about the quantum physics, or we talk about our energy bodies, that we are 99.9999% energy and 0.000% 1% matter. Now, that's a lot to look at when we think that everything here in our physical world is actually physical, but it's actually energy. So when we stop putting our attention on what we don't want and start putting attention on what we do want, we tune our frequency dial to what we want to draw into our life. Be playful about it. Life is supposed to be fun. We are here to learn, and we're going to have challenges for sure, but those are blessings as well because we have a greater understanding of who we are. Think about what draws your attention. When you think about what brings you joy, what makes you happy, what do you want to look at? Is it cooking? Is it travel? Is it health? Is it children or genealogy or whatever it is that brings you joy? Why does that draw you in? That is where your life purpose lies for sure. People always want to know about their life purpose, and your life purpose is going to be in what draws your specific energy in. And then think about how much do you want this? If it's you maybe want it 2 or 3, then it's probably because somebody else thinks you want that, or it's because other people have said that, or it's because it might be a safe alternative to what you really want. So focus on something that gives you a level 10 that you can engage in with greater joy. And then mentally rehearse achieving by using your various senses. We have our senses as part of creation beings that we are. So utilize those for the positive, and closing your eyes and meditation or mentally rehearse as if it already has been accomplished. So creating your ideal life, have an image in mind of what you desire, like I just said, and play out all of the elements. Choose a day in your future of being healthy, vibrant, without trauma, how you're helping other people, how you've made your message, how you've enhanced your understanding of self, how you've had greater love for self, how other people are benefiting because of who you are, and put the why in writing, because motivation drops when we don't have vision. So when you have a why, it helps accelerate this. Then break the task down into 3 phases. This helps build momentum. So the first phase is going to be the easiest. It's going to be the first 20% so that you can engage in achievement. Put yourself in the achievement zone rather than the waiting or procrastination zone. Then the second phase at a 30%, and then as you build this momentum, you can finish your tasks by following up with the final 50%. Then set a start date and an end date. Put it on your calendar because this makes you more accountable, and we can have this urgency come up that is a safe way to do this, but when you set a start date, then you know something that you're looking forward. It's helpful that you can enroll support team, help from others, or an accountability partner. It's great to have help from somebody who's already accomplished that, because they have tools and insight that you may not have, or you may even be able to read about, unless you're talking with somebody who's already engaged in that experience. Then coach yourself through the process. Do emotional release and tell your story of completion. Engage as much detail as possible. A great time to do this is first thing in the morning to start your day, and when we have that bridge between the subconscious and the conscious mind, and then the last 15 minutes before we go to sleep at night. Again, that bridge is we're dialing this into our subconscious patterns. And so coaching ourselves through that, building ourselves, giving ourselves permission to adjust as the human nature, but always being in the forward movement. Feel it finished and hold accomplishment energy. What does that feel like when you no longer have trauma? What does it feel like when you have excess money in your bank account? What does it feel like when you're able to go on that cruise or that trip to Europe that you've always wanted to do? How does that feel? Because the emotions, again, are going to be the set point that's going to dictate the rest of your life. And again, the first phase, keep it simple and doable to give ourselves a little bit of momentum, and then move on to the next phase, and then bring in empowerment tools when you struggle. Again, this can be EFT tapping, but also dance using affirmations and declarations, and then vocally congratulate yourself. Build up intensity. You can even bounce and feel joy, smile. Any of these things will help be supportive as you move forward. Now, I hope all of those were helpful for you. These are tools that I've used myself. Again, my name is Vicki Werner. You can find me at vickiwerner.com, and this is an image of my book, The Secret to Healing and Recovery, that is available through my website or through Amazon. So thank you so much for your time, and many blessings on your healing journey.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our time together. And I'm glad you were called to be with me. So we have some time together today. I'm not quite sure how long it'll be, the video, but there's a number of things I'd like to touch on. And first, let me introduce myself. My name is JoAnne Palladino, and blessed to be here and extend my gifts to you. So the intention today will primarily be to help evoke and embody complete and unconditional love and self-acceptance. Imagine if we lived in that state all the time, we would have and be in a different world. And also to enliven your soul, to allow you to really be more connected with and also live through the view of the true self, who we really are, the divine essence, that you can engage in the world truly by not being separate from anything or anyone. That's, the essence of living in the world, but not of the world. So what I'll share with you today is everything will point to expand your awareness, to expand your consciousness, so that you can better live in the place of oneness through the true self. I'll do this through wisdom teachings, practices, a guided meditation. And, I'm saying this is what we'll do. And I'm referring to notes, and, it's so linear, and who knows what we will, what will come through today, or as I'm with you. And also, what will be intricate in this is Shemaya. I am a channel for the language of light, and it's Shemaya, the beings of light. It's light language, and it will be present. And I just want to touch on what Shemaya is, what that word even means. When the channeling started coming through years ago, I'm not quite sure, 2011, something like that. One of the words I kept saying was Shemaya, and I didn't know what that was. I didn't know what that meant. And what I found out is it's an ancient Aramaic word, Shemaiah. And the Shem means God, light, vibration. God, light, vibration. That's the Shem. The Maya and the Shemaiah means that God, light, vibration is in everything, everyone, and in every word. When I heard what the word meant, my soul heard it. I felt it in my cells, and I sobbed. I sobbed. And when I found out what that word meant and the ancientness of that word, I named the light language that comes through me as Shemaiah. So when it does come through, I just invite you to take it in on a level, not from the intellect, not from the ego, not trying to figure out what's being said or what does it mean and those kinds of things, but more taking it in with the vibrational quality. I really feel like it's the voice of God when it comes through. And though it's in tones and vibrations, different sounds, I am able to interpret it from time to time. Not all the time, but I do get a sense of, what it means. It could be a prayer. It could be speaking, directly to you. And it's actually here. I could feel. I'll give you a taste of it. So taking it in as it is truly the word of God. That's a welcoming, a greeting. It's beautiful. So we will have more of Shemaiah transmissions. A blessing. I feel a blessing will come through also. So as we're getting into this a little more, I invite you to connect with your soul. Because I'd like you to hear this and take it in and embody it, that it truly can make a difference in how you engage in life. More peaceful, more with unity, with love, knowing we're more than our conduit, our bodies. So calling in the soul, however you do that or allow that. And also bring forward the true self, if you can embody this fully, even for the short amount of time. Because what we're doing here is supporting the raising one's consciousness and embodying that so you can engage in life in a more loving way, first for yourself. Gosh, how important is that? Because like I said, the intention this evening is about complete and unconditional love and self-acceptance. My goodness, imagine not criticizing yourself at all any longer or feel you're not good enough or you're unable to do something. Not me, only them. So this will also help you to help fully embody this. And I feel embodiment is important because what I have found with myself and those that I work with through the years, when you embody a realization, then the shift in consciousness sort of takes hold. I mean, we talk about awareness, and I mean, we have to be, once you become aware of something, of triggers that it keeps something happens over and over again, let's say, and oh, there it goes again. But what I'm inviting here is more than just awareness. Like, it's what do you do with that awareness? How do you make changes when something continues to trigger, be uncomfortable, makes you angry, makes you sad, and I'm not saying emotions are bad, by no means. Not at all. They're sacred for the human being. Being in touch with the emotions and allowing an expression of them. So the embodiment, where the shift actually takes hold and you could live life and engage in life with a higher level of consciousness, so you can live through the soul, through the true self. So there'll be a few things that I'll touch on. And the wisdom teachings there's this one teaching that I was introduced to through the channeled book named The Way of Mastery. And it's Jeshua's teachings. It's a book of, I think it's 32 lessons. And this particular axiom was right in the beginning of the book. I believe it was lesson 2. And I got it intellectually. It's like, oh yeah, that's a good one. It's a good one. So let me share it with you. Nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me. Let me say that again. Nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me. Just take that in for a moment. And the second part of this is I experience only the effects of my own choice. I experience only the effects of my own choice. That's another good one. So when I read that, when I was introduced to this book, gosh, it could be, I don't know, close to 12 or more years. I read it. I agreed with it. I understood it. But then one day, I actually embodied the truth of this axiom. And it was a tough one for me, but it changed my life, because this teaching is with me every day. My personal life and the souls that I work with. So 2 things really hit me with this one personally when I embodied it again many years ago. One, the first thing was I got really pissed off. I was not happy with this at all, because it meant I could no longer point fingers. I could no longer blame. I couldn't say if that didn't happen, this didn't happen, if it wasn't because it was because of them, this happened to me, and I can't do it because of her. And I was like, oh my goodness, I can't do that any longer. So I was really angry. And then I got really scared, because I realized it's the person I look at every day in the mirror. that it was up to me. It was about my life and no longer blame. I needed to take full responsibility. It's getting out of victimization. Oh boy, that's a big one in humanity. No longer being a victim, no longer blaming. And when I embodied it and I got over my anger and my fear and my sadness about it, it changed my life drastically. Because anything that triggers me, what triggered me today, I don't know if I could think of one. Yeah, I could think of one. And I was upset, to give you a personal example, I was upset that I wasn't included in something. And I knew, like, it's like, well, I can't blame that person. It was like, so what's in it in me that got me upset that I felt left out? So it allowed me to go within myself. So I'm sharing this as a wisdom teaching so you can bring it into your life. Especially with those triggers. Something you read, something you see, somebody said something to you. So it allows you to explore your inner world. It allows you to have inner dialogue to say, what is it within me that is triggering me of why I wasn't invited today? It brings up abandonment. I wasn't good enough to be part of this group. You know, I mean, all these woe is me. It's so, you know, it's so victimization. And what was brought up today was to hold my inner child. This is where you could hold your inner child when you're feeling that leaving out or whatever the trigger is. For me, it was the inner child, which allowed me to get through it. So when I'm in triggers with this teaching, nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me. And I experience only the effects of my own choices. I'm not in it long. I'm able to get out of it. That's the shift in consciousness. Or where things used to bother me, it's not, it doesn't affect me because I healed that part of me, that aspect of me. Now, one of the things that helps with this is another wisdom teaching and a practice is a sacred pause. If you're engaged in life and you just keep on going and you're aware of something going, yep, there it is again. And the same thing keeps happening over and over again, there really isn't a shift in behavior. So what I call the sacred pause allows me to stop. So that's exactly what I did today. I was like, oh, I got triggered. Gee, I feel left out, you know. So I was able to have that sacred pause, which pulls me away from being identified with an old pattern. So I disengaged from it. It didn't hook me in. Hooked me in for a little bit. But with the sacred pause, it allowed me to step back and be more of the observer, which we'll talk more about, becoming like a master of conscious behavior, you know. I paused. I actually just sat with it for a bit today. Again, I'm offering this to you because you could incorporate these teachings, these practices to help you get through the turmoil, the bumps, the flares, the triggers, the annoyances, you know. So the sacred pause allowed me to step back, to not be hooked into that energy that I was in and observe it. But at the same time, really noticing what was going on inside of me. And being with that, acknowledging it, having a deeper understanding of like, oh yeah, there's my inner child again, needing to be cared for, needing to be held. And that's what I actually did visually. I wish I have it here. I have my, a teddy bear. The teddy bear's name is Metta. That's been in many clients' hands and arms. It represents sort of my inner child. It represents an inner child for, you know, for the clients to hold, to love unconditionally, because that's what you're really doing here with this. You're giving yourself that time that's needed to sort of step back and understand, have a deeper understanding of, man, like, gosh, that's been around a long time, you know. So the sacred pause, it's a practice you could do any time, like throughout the day, before you make the next phone call, before you do the next task of some kind. Before you see the next client, before you prepare a meal, after you have a meal. You step back from the turmoil, from the chaotic of whatever's going on that's triggering you and distracting you. It helps you get out of the distraction. Sit down, go outside, actually change your posture, your position, your location, trusting that you'll be able to do that, you know. And if you're sitting down, just take a moment and breathe, just taking a breath, allowing you to get back into your body. Allows you to get centered once again, and again, not be caught in the chaos. Brings clarity of mind. It actually gives you space. It opens up your view. That's what I like about this too, the sacred pause. When you're in it and you're triggered, your view is very tight. This allows you to open it up and breathe, giving it space, being with it with different perspectives, to change. Oh, there's the awareness, it triggered me. But again, it helps you shift that awareness that you don't get triggered again. Or if you do, it doesn't last, it's quick. So this falls into mastering being a conscious observer, because that's exactly what this is. I love that. Being a conscious observer, being able to really view the world in a whole different light from the true self, through the eyes of the soul. because when you look from that perspective, there's really nothing wrong. I know that sometimes it's hard to hear or understand or accept. So this is a teaching from Shemaiah. Again, feel the transmission. This is the higher level of wisdom. This is with full love. Bringing you joy to shift your life, being fully embodied in the essence of love, that complete and unconditional love and self-acceptance. Allowing the transmission to settle in, to feel the vibration of the cells. No longer feeling the density of the 3D on planet Earth, but living from a higher level of consciousness. Sokotoloi paratakai manatuko mayavia piana tokolodo pisiriti sikaratala on my she for shu bereteka papa para to joy meretata. This is full of joy. Kotoyo maratala tekineto. Take it in. You could close your eyes and take it in and put a smile on your face. Ikoro papala tishono noi paratala miesoroto kiki karatala alla 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 alla. So working with nothing I experience is caused by anything outside of me. Welcoming that in. I experience only the effects of my own choices. And you can work with that by being in the sacred pause, because it brings you back to the moment. It helps you be more embodied. It sort of expands the view and not get caught up in the sort of the cloudiness of what is triggering you. It brings clarity to mind. And it actually brings you down to the heart, to rest in the sacred heart. Which supports you to become mastering being a conscious observer. All to really support living through the eyes of the soul, from the higher self, the true self, the essence of who you truly are. And on the human level, that you're in a space of complete and unconditional love and self-acceptance. It's beautiful to be with you, and thank you for joining me. So I'm going to share a screen, and which gives my contact information, my website, and also if you've never worked with me before or played, I'd rather say play. If you never played with me, I do offer a free intro call, and there's a link. There'll be a link to give you that. And you know, when I work with clients, it's on it's really incorporating complete and unconditional love and self-acceptance through the wholeness or the holiness of who you are, the mind, the mental well-being, the physical well-being, the emotional well-being, and the spiritual essence of who we truly are. Through intuitive readings, there's a lot woven through a session to really support you. Intuitive readings, wisdom teachers, and I just touched on a few today. Practices that you could incorporate in your life. Shemaya is always present with transmissions and blessings. And the frequency that is extended through the transmissions raises one's frequency to allow you to be more familiar with the essence of the true love. And also what's part of the sessions is energy healing. So it's really all woven into a beautiful fabric and tapestry to support you. So let me share the screen with you. So namaste, and trust we will play together. And here's information on how you could reach me. Blessings, blessings to you. I close with a blessing. Allah ikonome seratama koisi biara tolo yemeki. Mi siriti la li kanadolo o bata. Isarata alala di Canada. Ikaradla. This is going to the wholeness of who you are. Isinimi tilala pita. Polotolo uka mi. Isaratala uoya aki. Ano oloi shamanatala lala papapane te koyo banatale si. Allah. Allah.
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Hello, I am Scott Werner. I'm a previous medical doctor now doing better things, and I have been involved in the health industry for at least 35 years, and currently I am in St. George, Utah, and we have a business called Health and Longevity where we sell herbs, homeopathics, and other different modalities to help with our health. And it's been my divine privilege and gift to be able to associate with the Ascended Masters, and I have a relationship with them, and they are always directing me in my life. Now, back in October of 2000, I was teaching some lectures down in Las Vegas, Nevada at a health seminar, and I gave 2 lectures first, and I was told to not formulate the 3rd lecture, but that it would be given to me. And so I woke up on the morning of the 3rd lecture with nothing in mind, and so I woke up and started praying, asking for guidance, what I should talk about. And Jesus came to me and literally taught me about bringing forth God's love into our life and bringing that into each energy center in our body through the breath of life, which is our breathing, believe it or not. And with that breath of life is what we create with. And Jesus said, each one of us humans are creators. And whatever we put our minds and our energy into, we start creating. And so it's important that we create with God's love. And so he started giving me the importance of invoking God's love. And God actually created our multiverse with love and sacred geometry, creating our universe and humanity perfectly. And it's time to co-create together all of the humans with love again. Now, God's source's intent was to create a multiverse of multi-dimensions, light, frequency, and space and time. Everything in the multiverse is created with perfection, stability, and order. Everything in the creation also provides all that is necessary to sustain and provide for the creations. So what is God's love? Our solar system is a multidimensional creation with our sun, planets, moons, comets, plants, animals, and humans, and all the other variety of creations. God's DNA is in everything. The perfected DNA reflects God's perfection. You know, it's interesting when I hear scientists go, oh, there's DNA in this meteor, and possibly it's bacterial DNA, and it's proof that there's life on other planets. But the thing they don't realize is there's DNA in all the creations, all the planets, all the moons, comets, everything has DNA in it. And some of God's creations started using their own free agency, moving away from the perfection of God's perfect creative energy and universal law, and started creating things in the absence of God's love. Now, as the lower third and fourth dimensions were created, God's intelligence entered into everything in these lower frequencies and built space and time, creating self-awareness and accessing duality, enabling free will. Now, this free will or free agency was endowed upon all the creations to make choices outside of God's love and law. Now, our human ego desires are on this left side, and ease of relationships is what we want in this third dimension. We want financial abundance. We've been trained to want financial abundance when we actually don't need that. It's already provided for us. We want to avoid pain and hardship. We're more pleasure seeking. Our focus is on ourself rather than on the whole. And we have a limited perspective of actually what's going on the planet. And we want to know why challenges happened without really looking at how we created them ourselves. But with God's love, we have a mastery of the self. We go within and create perfection within ourselves. That's why we do our shadow work, is to get rid of all our shadow aspects. We want to expand our consciousness and have more experiences. We learn through adversity. And life is a school. There is meaning in all things, and we need to bring greater love into our lives. And we need to trust in the process. Now, our soul's purpose is the awakening of the understanding that we are love and light. Every cell in our body is God's love and light through our DNA. We must believe that everything is possible with this understanding. Now, Jesus gave me a breathing technique, bringing in God's love. And so we called it God's Love Breathing Technique, channeled October 2000 from Yeshua to myself. And this is how he taught me. He said we should concentrate and breathe in God's love and energy through each of our energy centers or chakras of our bodies for at least 6 seconds, bringing in that breath of life that God breathed into each of us as we took our first breath of life. The energy of God entered into us, our soul, our spark of God's energy and God's love. And we do it each chakra 3 times. We make our intent pure first. So take a big deep cleansing breath and bring in the pure intent of bringing in God's love. Hold it for 6 seconds and then release. Do a second breath. Cleaning out all the cares of what's going on the planet, and just bring in God's love and release anything that isn't God's love. Breathe in a third time. Bringing in God's love and pure intent to create perfection within your body through God's love, and release. Now, the first series of breaths, you say, and breathe in God's love into your heart. And God's love is all that I feel in my heart. And all that I am is God's love. And do that and release. Breathe in again. God's love into your heart. All that I feel in my heart is God's love, and God's love fills up my entire heart. And release. Breathe in a third time. I breathe God's love into my heart, and God's love is all that I feel in my heart. And release. Now the second series, you say, I breathe God's love into my heart, and then bring the love up into the throat chakra, and God's love is all I say and hear in my throat chakra, and I am only speak with God's love, and I only hear with God's love, and then release. Breathe in again. A second time, I breathe God's love into my heart and bring it up into my throat chakra, and God's love is all I say and hear from my throat chakra, and I only speak with God's love, and I only hear with God's love, and release. Breathe in again. A third time, I breathe God's love into my heart, bring it up into my throat chakra, and with God's love, I create everything that I say and everything that I hear. And there's nothing I say or hear that isn't with God's love, and release. And then we move on. I breathe in God's love into my heart, and then up into my third eye and my physical eyes. And God's love is all I see with my third eye and my physical eyes. And I only see things with God's love, and release. A second time, take a big deep breath. Bringing God's love into your heart and then up into your third eye. Everything that I see with my spiritual eyes and with my physical eyes is with God's love. And there's nothing that I see that isn't with God's love, and release. And a third time, I breathe in God's love into my heart and then into my third eye and my physical eyes. And everything that I see spiritually and physically is with God's love. And there's nothing that I see that isn't with God's love, and release. Next, I breathe God's love into my heart and bring it up into my mind. God's love is all I think about in my mind, and all my thoughts are filled with God's love, and release. Take a second breath. I breathe God's love into my heart and bring it into my mind. God's love is all I think about in my mind, and all my thoughts are filled with God's love, and release. And a third time. Breathe in God's love into your heart and bring it up into your mind. Everything I think about is with God's love, and God's love is all that I think about, and I express my thoughts as with God's love, and release. Now we breathe in again. I breathe God's love into my heart and then up into my mighty I Am presence. And God's love is all I bring into my mighty I Am presence. And my mighty I Am presence is filled with God's love, connecting me to the divine, and release. Second breath. I bring God's love into my heart and then up into my mighty I Am presence. And God's love fills my mighty I Am presence. And it is filled with God's love, connecting me to the divine, and all that I am is connected with God's love in the divine, and release. Third breath. I breathe God's love into my heart and then up into my mighty I Am presence. And God's love is all I bring into my mighty I Am presence. And my mighty I Am presence is filled with God's love, connecting me to God's divine love, and release. Now the next breath. I breathe God's love into my heart and then down into my solar plexus. And God's love is all I feel in my solar plexus, and all my emotions are filled with God's love, connecting me to all my emotions, and release. Breathe in a second breath. I breathe God's love into my heart and bring it down into my solar plexus. And all that I feel in my solar plexus is God's love, and all my emotions are filled with God's love, connecting me to all my emotions and God's love, and release. And we move on. Take another breath. I breathe God's love into my heart and then down into my sacral plexus of creation. And God's love is all I create with in my sacral plexus. And all my creations are filled with God's love, connecting me to all my creations, and release. Second breath. I breathe God's love into my heart and then down into my sacral plexus of creation, and God's love is all I create with in my sacral plexus. And all my creations are filled with God's love and organization, connecting me to all my creations, and release. Breathe in a third time. I breathe God's love into my heart and then into my sacral plexus of creation. And God's love is all I create with my sacral plexus. And all my creations are filled with God's love, connecting me to all my creations. And breathe out. The next breath. I breathe God's love into my heart, then into my root chakra and my connection to the earth. And God's love is all I connect with in my root chakra, and all the life on Mother Earth is filled with God's love, connecting me to all life on earth. And breathe out. Breathe in again. A second breath into your heart with God's love. And then down into the root chakra and my connection to the earth, and God's love is all I connect with in my root chakra, and all the life on Mother Earth is filled with God's love, connecting me to all life on earth. And release. Third breath. I breathe God's love into my heart and then move it down into my root chakra and my connection to the earth. And God's love is all I connect with in my root chakra, and all the life on Mother Earth is filled with God's love, connecting me to all life on earth with God's love. And release. Breathe in another breath. And say, I am now fully connected to God's love, and with God's love throughout my heart, mind, and soul, I connect with everyone on the planet. And release. Breathe in again, a second time. I am now fully connected to God's love, and with God's love throughout my heart, my mind, and my soul, I connect with everyone on planet Earth. And release. And a third time. I am now fully connected to God's love, and with God's love throughout my heart, mind, and soul, I connect with everyone on planet Earth and throughout the universe. And release. Now, we have a lot of teachings that we've been taught on this planet, and most of them have been very self-centered. And so, in order for all of life to thrive, we need to have a love for ourselves and for others. And joy as an act of being as humans. We need to be more joyful and happy. We need to have peace within ourselves and with all of life and all the other humans. We need a connection with others that comes through God's love. And we need to forgive all the past mistakes that we make and others have made. You know, these are all the teachings of Jesus. And we need to have a willingness to evolve and to change for better, not doing whatever we want, but doing what God wants us to do with God's love. So we need to do our inner work, get rid of our shadows, and raise our energy. Now, emotions are energy in motion, so it's very important to keep our emotions in a higher state of being, and that will help us move more energy with God's love. We need to raise our consciousness with God's love, our thoughts with God's love. That's why Jesus commanded us, told us, you know, the Pharisee that asked him, what's the greatest commandment? He was trying to trip him up, and he said, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, and soul. And the second commandment is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And how can we love our neighbor if we don't love ourselves with God's love? And so raising our spirituality, we can let go of what no longer fits in our life and give service to others with God's love. That way we don't expect anything, but we are giving our best to everyone around us. Follow your intuitive nature as your gifts appear, because as we use God's love, our gifts will become augmented. Our DNA actually becomes augmented. Using your gifts aligns you with your spiritual purpose. This is a quote that we just love. In the twilight of life, God will not judge us on our earthly possessions and human success, but rather on how much we have loved. So in review, we are each a being of light and love, empowered from God's love. God's love is what will change the vibration of the earth, coming through us, and it will also change the universe and all the people in the universe. Transformation comes from letting go of what no longer serves us. Currently, we've been in chaos and in all kinds of problems, but by bringing God's love in, we will perfect the planet and ourselves, and we will evolve with God's love. These are 3 of the books I've written. Take Back Your Health. I went to Hawaii to write my memoirs, and 12 big kahunas appeared to me as I was sitting down to start writing. They said, nope, you're not going to write your memoirs, you're going to write this book. And this book became an oracle book because they gave me subjects to do every day to help teach people and help their health and their stability on the planet. And so Take Back Your Health became an oracle book. So you hold it in your hands and you ask, what should I do today to help God's love? And you open it up, or help your health, and you'll open up to what you should be doing to help your health in that moment, or that week, or that month. The next book, I was visited by Saint Germain, and he gave me the 24-strand DNA manifestation. And literally, it took me 3 months, and then he had to appear to me again and said, Scott, why aren't you writing the book? And I said, I've got to make a living. And he's like, oh, well, I'll help you. And he literally did everything to help me write the next step in human evolution. In fact, he dictated the book to me, and it was a very good book. And it's the next step in human evolution. And then he sent me down to Colombia, South America, to heal Father Gabriel and to learn what Father Gabriel was doing to help the children who had been orphaned in our cocaine wars that were started by our CIA. And this book is all about the healing methods he used to bring these children into adulthood, living in the love of God. And a marvelous teaching it was. Now, if you'd like to find out more about me, my website is scottwerner.org, and my Instagram is Scott_Werner1. And I'd like to thank you for listening to this, and thank you very much. And we'd like to give you a blessing. So we'll do that right now. In the name of the Almighty, I am that I am. And by virtue of the great divine director, the Holy Spirit of God, who commanded me to give blessings to all the humans on and off planet Earth, we give you all a blessing of God's love, that you bring God's love into your heart, your mind, and your soul, and all your other energy centers, perfecting your body, perfecting your DNA, perfecting your organs, your glands, your systems, and making your lives filled with vitality and love. We bless you that you will bless yourself with this, and it will bring blessings not only to yourself but all of humanity. And we seal this blessing upon you in the name of the Almighty. I am that I am, and in the name of Jesus the Christ and all the other ascended beings of light and love. So be it, so it is. Thank you for listening, and we hope to see you soon.
Hello, everyone. It is so good to be here with you. I am Jenna Layden, the founder of Star Family Wisdom and also a former global vice president for Whole Foods Market. Today, we're going to be talking about becoming a co-creator of the new earth and stepping into your mastery as a co-creator with spirit. So just a little bit about me before we get started. As I said, I'm Jenna Layden, and I spent many years as a leader at Whole Foods Market, leading people and teams through large-scale transformation and change. And about 5 years ago, I went through a major spiritual awakening. I was formerly atheist, so this awakening included a dark night of the soul. I'm going to share a little bit more about some of the specific experiences that happened, but it also included ET contact. So that busted open my paradigm and gave me a lot of new things to think about and catapulted me onto the next phase of my mission here on Earth. So I'm an experiencer of a lot of various supernatural, extraordinary phenomena, ET contact. I'm now the founder of Star Family Wisdom, which is an online platform, community, podcast, and modern day mystery school for your spiritual and cosmic evolution. And I'm also now a master energy medicine practitioner and shamanic initiation guide, and guide people in their initiation process. So a little bit about my awakening experience. I had some advanced abilities at a young age and, rose in the ranks as a leader at Whole Foods Market at a really young age too, but, really didn't think much about it, just kind of dismissed it. I was called an old soul a lot, just kind of dismissed it. I would know things that I didn't know how I knew them or where they came from specifically, but I would just know things, and that was useful in my journey at Whole Foods Market and in, reading the room, reading energy, understanding what needed to happen, being able to perceive the future, again, all in this really subtle way without me really understanding what was going on. Well, fast forward to my spiritual awakening, I start having much more prominent experiences, very much psychically activated experiences. I started having spontaneous past life visions as I started, asking more questions about my life experience, about some of the dark night of the soul things I was experiencing. I went through a major, relationship breakup, and it was so intense and deep that it made me question a lot about my life and my life experience. And I'd already been married once before, so I was feeling things that I didn't know where they were coming from. And so I was asking questions and I was setting intentions. And little did I know that when you ask for information to be revealed and you set intentions, well, sure enough, it will start to happen. That begins the initiation. So I started having spontaneous past life visions. I started having spontaneous future visions and precognizant episodes that were experiences that then played out. I started getting interested in the UFO topic, and I found myself engaging with all of this different information and different books, coming into my reality in these really extraordinary ways, like it was being guided, like every piece of information was being laid out for me in the right sequential order for me to understand what was going on, for me to be able to put together the pieces of the puzzle about how consciousness works, about the mechanics of existence, about our, clair abilities, about all of these things that I had been taught were not real, right? So I was being guided and I was asking questions and more information was being delivered. And I started getting curious about UFOs and ETs. And I'd always been fascinated by space and by the idea that we're not alone. And I thought how absurd it would be for us to be alone, but where's the proof, right? So I stumble upon some books about abduction experiences. I was skeptical, right? As most unconscious, asleep people are. And I started reading a book by John Mack, who was a Harvard professor of psychiatry at Harvard University. And in his later tenure, he started working with people who claimed to have anomalous experiences or people who suspected they had been abducted. And as he guided them into hypnotic regression, information was revealed and released. And as I started reading this book, in the very first chapter, as I'm reading the first case study, I had the biggest emotional release of my life. It was like my soul had touched truth. It's like my soul had touched on a piece of information that my human self had forgotten all of this time. And I was crying and tears were just streaming out of me. And I thought, uh-oh, have I been abducted? Like, am I one of these people? Like, clearly I have touched something that it triggered deep in me this sense that that's real. And I knew enough about the science of the mind and the fact that we can suppress information, right? We suppress traumatic information, or we suppress, information or experiences that may just be counter to our worldview, that just might not be something we can integrate fully at this time. And so I knew I had touched something that had been suppressed. So I set an intention to have a past life regression, a regression that would help me explore whatever was going on related to ETs. And then I started having some telepathic contact happen before my regression. I won't go into all of the details here. You can learn more about this on the Star Family Wisdom YouTube channel. I have some clips of my first regression and the second regression that I did with Barbara Lamb last year in 2022. And there's also a video about my Bashar contact experience when Bashar, a being who is channeled by Daryl Anka, gently guided me in my learning process. So long story short, in my first regression, I ended up channeling the ET beings and Star family who have been supporting me in this life and who I have known in other lives. And I very quickly was guided to this path and guided to be here today with you. So I listened to the guidance, I said yes, and I left Whole Foods and started a new journey, started a new path to support people in their evolution and to be a leader who can validate the experiences that you're having and to be someone who can raise their hand and say, this is real. This is real because I've experienced it and I used to not believe in it. So I share that with you because I know so many of us seek that validation or, just want that extra piece of support as we are integrating and even starting to live our new truths. So I really met Star Family for the first time in 2020 during my first regression. And in the last few years, it's been a very quick progression of diving deep. Shamanic practice has really helped me with this in my meditation practice and journeying and accessing past life memories. And I've learned that I've had past lives in advanced civilizations, and I've supported the efforts on Earth in various ways to shift the consciousness and to bring about this new era of Earth. And I'm primarily in contact with the Mantis beings. My last incarnation was with the Mantis beings, and they are the ones that spoke through me in my first and second regression. I am currently incarnating with two souls from home who are part of my soul group. The other souls from that soul group are in an ET civilization, and those are the ones I've been in contact with. And I've had lives, like I said, supporting the agenda of shifting consciousness. And throughout our ancient times, the star races have been present on Earth, guiding and initiating humans into the mysteries of the universe. So, for instance, our ancient Egyptian gods and goddesses, some of whom were from the Syrian star system, were people who were conducting mystery school initiations for humans. And we're kind of doing that again today, just in a different way. And I've learned that my soul has spent the most time in the Aldebaran and Rigel star systems. But it wasn't until last year that I really learned about the full extent of my ET contact. My contact has been going on since I was a child. I had recurring dreams as a child, and with Barbara Lamb's help, she regressed me back to the first time I had that recurring dream. And that dream was of a red rose in space. And it occurred over and over and over between the ages of 4 and 5. Well, when we went back to that date, when I was 4 years old in the regression, sure enough, that dream was not a dream. That was a screen memory for contact that was happening. And it was also a sign. It was a screen memory that would not reveal itself fully until a much later date. And part of the symbology that was present there is that the Aldebaran star system or star is known as a red rose star. And I did not know that until the day after my second regression. So that synchronistically crossed my path and helped me connect some dots on the fact that, okay, this was meant to help confirm where my soul is from, and it was just a screen memory for those times that I had been interacting with ETs or that they had taken me from my home. So I went through a whole experience in that regression of reliving those nights where I was being visited, or reliving those nights where I was being taken. And in that scene that I was reliving, I saw a mantis being on my left and 3 grays on my right. So I was a child on a table in a ship, and there was something happening to me. There was some sort of medical procedure happening with my right arm. And the mantis being on my left was attempting to console me and help, keep me calm and help me understand what was going on. And that was kind of revealed as the regression went on. I also saw the time before I came to Earth on the ship, where I volunteered as a soul to leave my ET body and come into this body. And in that regression, it was confirmed that part of the medical procedure I was experiencing on my right arm was some form of kind of genetic modification, tampering a little bit, with my DNA and my genetics. There was an agreement to support that in this life as I grew up on Earth. And there was an agreement that I would be, contacted at various times for specific reasons, but that I would not remember or wake up to that contact until I hit a certain age, until I had accomplished the first part of my mission, which was necessary to accomplish before I did what I'm doing now. So my understanding from all of my exploratory work and regression work is that I will be returning to the mantis civilization after this earthly incarnation is over. This is a little bit of a different incarnation process where I'm not necessarily returning to spirit and then incarnating into another body, because I've already got another one that's waiting for me, apparently. And it was just it's something that advanced civilizations can do at will if they choose to. You see like examples of that, like in the Avatar movie, I guess. So last year I began to integrate fully these memories of childhood contact, which was traumatic. I think anyone who has explored suppressed memories has felt the suppressed trauma come out of them. And it's in how we integrate those experiences and perceive them and understand the bigger picture that prevents it from continuing to be traumatic. So as time has gone on and as I have learned more about my soul and what I've done and what I'm here to do, I've learned that, I first journeyed to Earth as a star being around 6,000 or 7,000 BC post-flood to support the rebuilding of spiritual centers on Earth. And that occurred around the globe, and many different star race civilizations were part of that effort. And I lived as a human for the first time on Earth in Egypt around, or at least in this new era of humanity, I lived as a human in Egypt around 3,500 BC. And we actually have the first human pharaoh documented around 3100 BC. And then I continued to carry on the work that was happening in Egypt and the Eleusinian mystery schools in ancient Greece in the 1000 to 2000 BC range, leading spiritual initiates in mystery schools. So you're all spiritual initiates if you're here, and you are all here to evolve into the new human. What does that even mean, and why? Why now? Well, as we do our work, our spiritual work, our shadow work, as we uncover the lost parts of our souls and integrate them back into our field, we can start to upgrade and transform our energy field and activate dormant DNA that has been dormant for thousands of years for humans. And as we do that work to shed the trauma and the violence and the state of separation that we've lived in here on Earth, as we do that work and we upgrade our field into higher frequency light codes, we can start to activate our superhuman abilities and our godlike powers. We can start to become more intuitive and psychic. We can become healthier. We can become humans who don't degenerate as they age. And this is what we're doing as we transition into the new era of humanity. And you're here to support that transition for humanity. So how do we do this? Well, you need to firmly step onto the path of initiation, and that looks like really deep healing processes. And like I said, shadow work and learning how to live the spiritual laws of the universe and really integrate them into how you operate as a human. It requires us raising our vibe by doing that healing work and facing the wounds and the heavy energy we've been carrying and learning how to balance our masculine and feminine energies in a way that aligns us fully with our higher selves and aligns us with the flow of energy in the universe. And we meditate and we follow our passions and we trust in the divine plan. And we reconnect with Mother Earth. We ground higher consciousness and higher frequency ways of operating on Earth. And we release ancestral trauma because we are not the victims of our genetics. We are not the victims of all that came before us. And we release judgment and fear and attachments. And we learn how to commune with the higher dimensions. And we learn how to create spiritual protection around us. And we learn how to talk to and meet the star races. This is our work. This is what we're here to do. We're here to become the new human. And at Star Family Wisdom, that's what we're all about. We're about helping you on the path of initiation, guiding you in teachings and practices, and giving you tools that you can use in your life to do spiritual alchemy, to become that new human, to transmute at a cellular level all the stuff you've been carrying, and to let it go and to replace that with who you really are. So that's what we're here to do, and that's what we're here to support you with. So I want to talk just very briefly about the spiritual teachings of the star races and how we can understand some of the realizations and teachings that have come from a variety of contact experiences that have happened around the globe. The star races teach contactees and through channeled messages about manifestation and the process of creation and the fact that we are partners with the universe in that co-creative experience of reality. They talk about the power of the mind and how we direct consciousness, we direct energy through the power of our mind, and how we can shift and change the patterns and the neural networks that have formed in our brains to create a different experience of reality. They talk about oneness and the interconnectedness of all of life. They understand themselves as part of Source, and they talk about Source and their direct connection to Source. They understand universal geometry and unified physics. They understand the way the universe is constructed so that they can work with that construction. They can align with that construction in a way that creates the most optimal outcomes in their reality. They talk about the ascension and evolution process and what we're doing here on Earth right now to evolve and to ascend to a higher operating system for humans. They talk about traveling between dimensions and the ability of advanced, civilizations to step down to lower dimensions and how, we move through the dimensions through all of our life experiences, ultimately returning to Source. They talk about the nature of duality and polarity and how duality is a necessary experience for us on Earth, and how we're just learning how to bring those polarities into balance. And they talk about the process that the soul goes through as it travels through its life experiences. And they talk about moral codes and cosmic law or spiritual laws. So while they have a great understanding of the geometrical or physics principles that govern the universe, they also understand the higher mind of the universe and the spiritual laws that govern the universe. And then they talk about transmuting fear and returning to the light and the transformation process that we're going through to become the new human, and how that's a process, and that, humans want instant gratification, but it's a process to go through that transmutation. They talk about the ecological crisis and reminding us of our oneness and our connectedness, and that, what we do to each other, we do to ourselves, and they are imploring us to create a more sustainable future for ourselves. And they talk about the councils of light that guide leaders and representatives and civilizations around this galaxy and other galaxies, and they talk about the cooperative nature of civilizations out there. They talk about what we will come into when the time is right, if humans can get to a point where we are less violent and more spiritually influenced in our ways of being. So our star brothers and sisters and star family seem to absolutely have our best interest in mind. I know many of you here already know that, but it's always, I think, helpful to just reflect on the big picture and to reflect on what we have gained from them already, what we can integrate into our, holistic world and universal view for ourselves and collectively. And as we enter this era of open contact, as we prepare for open contact, preparing ourselves spiritually for how they operate is one of the most important things we can do. So that's why at Star Family Wisdom, we're really focused on helping you become the master of your reality and helping you with the tools and information that take these concepts about being unlimited and working with Mother Earth and accessing the quantum field, and we put that into practice. We ground that in practical ways so that you can become the new human. So before we wrap up, just a little bit about Star Family Wisdom so you know how to engage with us. Check out our podcast on YouTube and on any of the podcast apps. We interviewed some awesome people last season, and the new season 2 is out now, and we've got some amazing guests this season as well. So check that out for lots of free content that will support you. We also have an entire library of free courses and content on the website that you can take advantage of. If you are looking for support in shamanic healing, if you want to learn more about manifestation, if you want to learn about sacred geometry, we've got a ton of resources for you. And as I said, spiritual initiation is the name of the game right now. That's what we're focused on. We are focused on the transformational work to transform our mind, body, heart, energy field into the energy field that represents the new human. So we have 2 ways you can engage in that process. One is the Rites of the Moonite Key Shamanic Initiation, which is offered 2 to 3 times a year. So you can check out our website to sign up or get on the wait list for the next program that starts. And then we have a pre-recorded Isis initiation and Syrian energy activation course. This is a 7-week pre-recorded course that you can take at your own pace. And this is intended to give you the flavor of the initiation processes in ancient Egypt and to guide you through the 7 chakras, doing healing work and spiritual practice that will clear heavy energy and, like I said, replace that with the new human, higher vibrational energy. And that course is really designed to help you balance your masculine and feminine energy and help you connect with your divine feminine power, the divine feminine power of the universe. We also focus on energetic balancing and stabilization and the shamanic initiation in terms of like the practices and overall content. A lot of it's really similar. The transformation work we do in these practices all stemmed from the same root teachings that came from the star races. They just look a little different. And the shamanic initiation that I lead stems from the Peruvian lineage of Q'ero shamans. And I've been certified by the Four Winds Society to lead you in that. And that's a 10-week program. We also offer sacred geometry drawing courses by our instructor, Nadi Hana. Take advantage of these for some massive expansion. If you are on this initiation path, these courses are amazing tools to have in your tool belt. So with that, we'll wrap up for today. I am so grateful to be here with you and to have had this time to share a little bit about my experience. I hope it was helpful to hear directly from me about what I know to be true and about the contact that I've had from my star family and how we can support you in connecting with yours. So check out the website starfamilywisdom.com and you can take advantage of our sacred geometry courses and get 50% off by using the code Galactic. So use that code at checkout to get 50% off the regular price. And we are just so grateful to be here with you on Earth at this time, doing this work together. So let's become the new human, y'all, and welcome in the new era of humanity.
After 3 years of having to produce the Portal to Ascension conference online, we have been waiting for this moment. The Portal to Ascension conference is returning live and in person. Join us at the Marina Village in San Diego, California, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. As massive shifts are happening on the planet and hidden truths are being uncovered, we are piecing together the fragmented parts of our existence and timeline. At Portal to Ascension, we are dedicated to full circle awareness of the truth of who we are and remembrance of our connection to the cosmos. This is showtime. There is no holding back. Now is the time for us to harmonize the frequencies and create unity and peace on Earth. We are deprogramming from an outdated matrix system, re-educating and remembering an inherent truth that connects us all. As we come together, we activate our truest potentials, individual gifts, and collective resolve. We are ushering a whole new reality that we know is possible and is waiting for us to embrace it. Join founder Neil Gore and the entire Portal to Ascension team with hosts Alan Steinfeld, Michelle Anderson, and Joan of Angels over these 3 days, April 21st to 23rd, 2023. We will experience musical performances by Larissa Stowe and the Shakti Tribe, Vox Angeles, Share the Light, Admiral Apollo, and Torquemji. This conference features incredible luminaries such as JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Adam Apollo, Carolyn Corey, Robert Schock, Linda Moulton Howe, Robert Edward Grant, Barbara Lamb, and many more. Register now at ascensionconference.com. It is time for humanity to awaken.
Good evening. My name is Sylvain Rochon. I am a scientist, an engineer, a futurist, and an educator, helping the world move into a new era of understanding in the cosmos. Early in 2020, some colleagues and myself thought there was a shift within humanity, one surrounding disclosure. The disclosure of information so far kept secret by the world governments, secrets regarding our knowledge of extraterrestrial beings who have been visiting us for years and possibly interacting with us for millennia. There was an awakening in the world, and we decided to bring an old project to the rest of the world, which was initiated by the International Raelian Movement in 1974. The construction of an official embassy for extraterrestrials. That's why we built the Alliance for Extraterrestrial Diplomatic Contact. Myself and 2 other founders, Daniel Chapkat, who has been leading the charge to build the world's first official ET embassy for nearly 15 years now, and Roland Godet, a professional coach and Raelian priest, who has been very useful for administrative duties and taking care of the business itself as a not-for-profit. Together with volunteers from all over the world, from all vocations and persuasions, nearly 20 volunteers now, and even more now. In fact, we've added energy and hands to the task started by the International Raelian Movement in 1974, moving beyond that organization with 19 other supporting organizations from all over, representing nearly 600,000 individuals in total, who all want to see humanity connect officially, diplomatically, with our brothers and sisters from space. Personally, I worked as a VP of Network Development for the Alliance, and also as a founder and director responsible for growing the network of supporters the Alliance needs to have strength, discussing about the ET Embassy with diplomats and individuals at the highest levels of various countries. My background is in biochemistry, chemical engineering, and education, but I've spent most of my professional life building IT companies on the internet and doing volunteer work regarding this very event, making contact with ETs. My personal goal is to see humanity make contact with sentient beings more advanced than us that inhabit our galaxy and beyond, and moving humanity into a golden age of understanding and prosperity through those contacts. But for that, we must work within the existing understanding and rules of our own civilization, which is why the objective is the creation of the ET Embassy, approved by members of the United Nations. That way, humanity can agree according to its own rules that visitors to the embassy would have the same rights and privileges as earthly diplomats. We can agree as to how we'll officially openly meet the ETs for the first time without igniting conflict on our precious globe. As you can imagine, if we look at history, some nations may be offended if ETs prefer one area of the planet to the other. So we must agree ahead of time how this would occur, how we would meet ETs, what are the resources available, who, where, and so on. And this has to be a discussion with the people of the world, with the leadership that are there, those that are controlling media and controlling weapon arsenals and so on, to make sure that there is no conflict within ourselves, within humanity, when the big moment occurs. Arguably, the ETs that have been interacting with us are much more advanced than we are, since they have been interacting from another solar system, or at least within the solar system, for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and therefore they are that amount of time more advanced technologically and socially and economically. And therefore, they are observing and waiting for us to decide with each other how we're actually going to grow up and become part of a bigger civilization, group of civilization at the galactic level. So the onus is on us to work within our own rules and to figure ourselves out. Now, the embassy itself is a step, because embassies are a well-known entity. The Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations of 1969 defines embassies and the rules around them, and diplomats, diplomatic immunity, and so on, for all nations on the planet. And these are, this document is ratified, or it can be ratified and added onto by the United Nations, which is the collection of most nations of the world in agreement. And therefore, if an ET civilization is declared, or the representatives of such are declared as diplomats officially at an official embassy that is sanctioned by the United Nations, then the rules of diplomatic relations that we already agree upon apply to them, even though they may not be human. So that is the purpose. The embassy is really for us to coalesce and to get an agreement around our own rules. The ETs that are coming here don't need an establishment, they don't need a landing strip to visit. They have been visiting. They're just so much more advanced that we are unable to really interact with them in a way that we understand. Some people may be interacting with them at different levels on their own. But we are, at the official capacities, we're not interacting with them at all, as far as I know, at least. So the embassy had to be built. Now, thankfully, since 1974, the international rallying movement have been raising volunteer funds for this very moment, for the embassy, and they've gathered a nice amount of $50,000 US over the years that is available for the construction of the embassy. And since 2019, we've been talking to countries as an alliance, and even slightly before that. So things are well underway. There are half a dozen countries that are interested in the project. But this is all well and good. But what about the embassy itself? What does it look like? Well, we've over the years, the IRM and then the Alliance, in collaboration with our supporters and volunteers, we've had a team of architects working on new blueprints and a plan and a strategy to deploy that embassy when a nation accepts. And this proposal with those blueprints have been sent to the nations, and they are in discussions. But the best person to describe the embassy and what it currently looks like, or what the blueprints are about and what's around it, is Claude Chevet, who is the lead architect of the project. On to you, Claude.
Here we can see how the building of an embassy will impact a site. In our particular case, it will generate a city around it. It's not every day that we're building an embassy to welcome an ET civilization to Earth. Can you imagine the financial impact having a city all around this embassy? it's going to be phenomenal. Wow, the society will completely switch and change our relationship with the universe. Blueprint, chapter 2. Here actually you can see a real blueprint. They are not blue, but black and white. 1,870 square meters going to be built on the slab foundation. With a south entrance, a welcoming room, an aseptic chamber, a conference room, an access, a residential area of 1,226 square meters, an access, a dining room of 146 square meters, and a north entrance. That we are able to find out thanks to the blueprint. Here, zooming in, we are in the reception area, the welcoming room, with all its dimension, its material descriptive, the stair level, the size, and the volume of the space. Here, zooming on the quarter area, the living space, you can see the size, the dimension, and the design of those apartments that are for the extraterrestrial visiting the planet. Here are the elevation, all the elevation for different angles with a section. And up to this day, Jacques Isaac came with this design well known, who has lasted more than 30 years up to today. The white donut, the way I call it, with the 3 ping pong ball in the front and in the back, joined by tunnels. And here I'm going to present you a more defined approach, an architectural approach of this design. To better understand blueprint, best to go directly in 3D. So here's a presentation. You can see in 3D the slab foundation of the building, the 1,870 square meter slab foundation. It is to me way much more clear, and I think it is the work of people to understand when you come in 3D. You can see better the level. Here are the vertical access and elevator. As you can see, there is 4 of them in the center livable space, the quarter of the extraterrestrial, because they need to access to their landing pad. Level 1 and level 2, to better understand the access, you have to admit, like when you see a rendering, it really allows you to understand better than a regular blueprint in terms of elevation, coloring, material, and with the bearing wall to better define the space. Here you can see the structure of the embassy. The structure looks like the DNA, like the shape of a DNA crossing with one another. It's going to be manufactured. The embassy fully completed, filled up with marble, glass, between the travertine structure. Random perspective, just for you to have a feel of what it is going to look like in and out. So here are some random perspective in and out. As you can see in those perspectives, you can already feel the materials that are used. Marble for the flooring, travertine for the structure. Also, you can see how open and how much light can come in with those giant windows, special windows. I think it's very enjoyable space, and I hope you do enjoy it as well. The objective was to give an harmony between the in and out penetration of light. I hope our visitor from space, coming from above, will enjoy their ride when the pedal will open for them.
Thanks a bunch, Claude. It's a wonderful design. It is available to the country or to the developers within the country that is chosen, or that choose themselves to give extraterritoriality for the embassy, or because that's one of the first moves. One country needs to declare to the United Nations and other nations that they are setting aside a piece of land for this particular embassy. And the resources of the alliance and its support network will be available to that country however it's needed, including the funds, including the blueprints and all the efforts we've put in to prepare for this moment. And then it's a question of the nation and other nations to join in and prepare as a civilization for a meeting later on. This is all very exciting. And it is, by definition, an organization, the Alliance, that is collecting everyone that wants to support this effort. All organizations, all individuals of the world. Right now, we are less than 600,000 supporters. We are gathering more supporters all the time. And 20 organizations in total. Well, we'd like to make it 100. We'd like to make it in all languages. We'd like to see support from everywhere. Now, how can you support? Well, if you are the director or founder of an organization that has decision-making capabilities that would support such a project, well, contact us at our website, and we will discuss how a collaboration can occur. And we're a not-for-profit, so we're not looking for additional funds as an organization per se like that. We just want numbers. We just want support, and we want to collaborate. We want energy. We want resources that are available, whatever you can provide. If you are an individual, then you can suggest yourself as a volunteer to help spread the word about the Alliance and find other organizations that are willing to that want to support this. And also, so if you're a celebrity or a scientist, somebody that has a following or a good credibility, you can become an advocate and an ambassador for the Alliance and a spokesperson. And for that, you can also contact us. And the website is www.alliance4et.org. Just contact us there and we will respond, and we can carry on a discussion and grow as an organization throughout humanity. Eventually, everybody will be in agreement that we have to make this work, and the resources will be automatically available. The resources not really being money, since we have a lot of money already, but their wherewithal and the willingness to bring this project to the table at the United Nations. Regarding timeline to finish this, we are expecting a country to declare itself as the host nation probably within the next couple of years, but we don't really know, because the country has to make the declaration on their own time. And they'll do it publicly, like at the United Nations and with other nations, because they need other nations to recognize the space. That's how it works. So we don't have any control over when the declaration would occur, but we've been talking with some nations for over a year, some closer to 2 years. So we expect something's going to happen, given the atmosphere and the awareness that is happening around the world of surrounding disclosure. Perhaps there will be enough guts to make a declaration pretty quickly. And if we follow our timeline within those reasonable assumptions, then the embassy would be open in 2030 after all the surveying of the land, construction, and finalization would be complete. And within that time, you'd also have the modifications of the Vienna Convention occur, and whatever other discussions at the United Nations to make it palatable and acceptable and interesting for the whole world to prepare for this momentous event. Thank you very much.
Hello, 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 all of you incredible beings in this Galactic Alliance. what a wild journey this is. Thank you so much for having me be a part of this event. My name is Corrina Rider. I'm an environmental wellness practitioner, creative environments designer, and intuitive artist. And as a result of connecting knowledge from my academic education, my personal studies, my intuitive and cosmic understandings, as well as my spiritual experiences, I have developed a unique design methodology that helps cultivate a deeper relationship with your environments, enhancing self-awareness, self-understanding, and ultimately your overall well-being through the application of sensorial storytelling and spiritual design. Now, what I didn't realize until this past couple of years is that in the process of doing so, I would begin my journey in healing my centuries-old witch wound. And here today, I'd like to share that story. I have put together a presentation that I'd like to share. So ultimately, in order for me to fulfill this mission, this little role I like to think of as it's my part in assisting the ascension of humankind, I realized I just needed to step into my authentic self fully. But more importantly, I needed to allow my business to reflect this as well. So as a child, I was unapologetically connected to Source. I was very aware of the energies around me, and my safe place was outdoors in the forest and over by the adjacent pond. This is where I always had the frogs and bugs and birds and turtles and gnomes and fairies and dragons to keep me company. I loved being creative. I still do. And I was often inspired by and expressed myself through the environment around me. And that hasn't changed either. So around the age of 11, 12, and into my teens is when my interest in the metaphysics and esoteric knowledge began. I started spending my allowance on things like crystals and tarot cards and books on astrology and ancient Egypt. I was fascinated and feel very connected with Egypt for as long as I can remember. It was around the age of about 15, 16 that I realized that the lucid dreaming that I experienced was not what everybody else was having. So I started studying dream analysis and gotten myself to a point where I had quite a bit of control even in my dream state. I, over the years, have had dreams that I am very confident about that it are, I guess, visions into past lives and future lives, and as well as astral traveling. I have definitely experienced things in my dreams that are not earthly. And actually, something that I have come to believe is that I don't really believe in imagination. I think it's more of us tapping into other time spaces and dimensions and lots of things that we still don't fully understand. So in my early 20s, I attended a shamanic ceremony where two events that evening really stuck in my memory. First off, we did a meditation and exercise, a guided meditation exercise to find our spirit animals. And we were partnered up, and I was partnered up with my younger brother, who did not bring back a spirit animal for me, but instead brought back this golden key, well, a golden key. And it was it was the shaman who reassured me, because I was a little disappointed that I didn't get my spirit animal. But he reassured me that there was an importance to this key. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been received and brought back for me. The other thing that evening, the shaman I had a one-on-one with him, and he said very strongly, he said it was, I carry the witch wound immensely. He said he was seeing visions of either a past life or a direct relative of mine being tortured and burnt alive at the stake. And he said that to me, that at some point in my life, this will be a challenge for me to overcome. And I remember feeling a little confused, because I felt like I was accepted the, modern day witchcraft, and I had my own deck of tarot cards and crystals and whatnot. But I guess I didn't fully understand what he meant at the time. So a little bit about what the witch wound is, just briefly in its broadest sense. Just about everybody living on this planet today has some level of this energy. It's essentially the feeling that you can't express yourself fully because of certain societal standards that are, that give you a fear of feeling disempowered or invalidated, or shamed or judged if you share your authentic self. I found a definition that resonated with me, with how it fits for me, and it's Celeste Larson says, "The witch wound is a collective intergenerational spiritual wound that keeps people afraid of their own magic and power." Quick historically, here in the United States at least, it's often associated with the Salem witch trials, although up to 100,000, possibly many more people, mostly women, were prosecuted globally over many centuries. The height of witch mania started in mid-1400s Europe through the late 1800s United States. Many people were tortured, hanged, drowned, burned, and beheaded, although many did not actually practice witchcraft, or what is stereotypical for witchcraft practices. Anyway, some of these people may have just been too ugly or too old, or made somebody angry, and got put into this category of banished, and ultimately many killed. So, moving on, over the next 20 years or so of my life, I put my esoteric knowledge interests as were more of pastimes. The tarot cards came out occasionally, but I really focused on my education, my career, and my social life. I have a degree in studio arts, a degree in theater arts with a focus in scenic design, and a graduate certificate in landscape architecture. Over those years, I was a bartender. I was a set builder and painter for events, a retail display artist, and landscape design. So after graduation from UCLA, I was determined to manifest my dream job. That was my focus. And but I quickly was reminded, once I got back into everyday life, that how expensive and hectic the lifestyle is in LA. And it really wasn't where I wanted my career to take off, where I wanted to start a business or live. So I started reaching out to the universe again and asking for questions and some guidance. I started using my I Ching book again. And this is when I started really paying attention to the law of attraction, listening to a lot of Abraham Hicks. It was also my introduction to meditating with the archangels. I met Metatron at this time, who was a very important guide for me. Anyway, not knowing where I was meant to be, I did what anybody would do, and I relinquished most of my belongings and jumped on my motorcycle and went searching for my dream job. There's a long story behind that. I share a bit more of that on my podcast if you're interested. Anyway, over the next couple of years, my personal interest in studying the mystical knowledge was revived. And I was still meditating a lot, calling on the angels and other cosmic entities, even more regularly. I started incorporating sacred geometry into my art and design a lot more and studying that more deeply. I also began exploring the Akashic records, tapping into past lives, and as well as learning more about the starseed lineages. As I mentioned earlier, I have always had this connection with ancient Egypt, but it was around this time that I started learning about a past life in the mid to late 1800s, a woman in the Wild West. Honestly, I feel like I have a lot of her traits in this life. And interestingly, around this time, my sister gifted me this card here, the 51% good girl, 49% outlaw. So I think she was tapping into what it was coming through me. Also, when learning about the star seeds, everything I read about the Lyrans, I resonates so deeply, and so many of the traits describe who I am. Even some of the physical traits. One thing I came across was that Lyran souls and their human experience here tend to come in with blue eyes that turn green, but especially having gold in them, which is something that has happened to my eyes as I've gotten older. And another funny story that I connect to this is that when I was in junior high, I had a bully who used to call me the cat-eyed witch, which I wasn't offended by. Anyway, so in 2019, I finally realized I had this epiphany because I was frustrated with not having found my dream job. And I had an epiphany that I was going about the job search all wrong. I was in an outdated mindset, a very programmed mindset. And instead of putting all of my effort into finding my dream job, I shifted my energy to focus on creating the lifestyle that I wanted and just let my career fall into place from there. So I wanted to be in nature more. I was sick of living in these big cities. And I really wanted to live and travel in an RV. It was something I kept seeing when I was on my motorcycle tour. And I was like, that's smart. So I started developing business ideas as to how to create a life that being of service to create a more positive world while living out on the road. So I started searching for projects supporting landscape designers, landscape architects, doing illustration work, as well as this is when I was called to start this line of positively charged jewelry and home decor, which is called Field Creators. And also if you're interested, there's a page on my website that with more information. Anyway, let's see, within about a year, I started having steady clients, and I was really envisioning what my RV would look like and ready for this new life of mine. Little did I know that there was a pandemic looming. So we all know things took a dive and life changed for all of us. And my Home on Wheels showed up a bit sooner than expected and in a slightly different form than expected. But, you know, it had a bed and a roof, which was a bit more than traveling on my motorcycle. So let the adventure begin. Anyway, this is, well, most people were locked down in their home. I was blessed to be able to be out roaming the wilderness across the country. And it was in Southern Colorado. I had some really intense sensational, my sensations were heightened. Here that I can't say I was seeing ghosts, but I was sensing presence and energy and emotions and felt very connected there. I have a good feeling that my Wild West past self had been there, and that there was connecting happening with her. I know that I was having a similar feeling when I was on my motorcycle tour going through the Santa Fe Taos area, which is not far from here. But this area was much more intense, especially at night. I almost feel I could see them, but it's more of just an intuitive knowing. So in Missouri, I had some more of these incredible experiences. I lived for 3 months completely off grid, no electricity, no running water. I lived in a pasture with horses at the edge of a forest and a beautiful creek nearby. This was in a animal sanctuary for abandoned and abused animals. I cooked and heated my water on an open fire pit. I showered outside. I've never felt so alive before. It was incredible. This is where I really started to revive that close connection I have with nature that I had when I was a child. But it was almost as if it was even stronger. There's a lot of possible reasons behind that, but I started really noticing my energy shifting when I was showering one day outside, and I had 2 bees and 3 ladybugs land on me in a matter of 5 to 10 minutes. The horses taught me their telepathic, energetic way of communicating. I'm sure other horse people out there know what I'm talking about. I also, a few times walking in the woods, I had these incredible experiences connecting with my ancestors. Now, Missouri is my father's home state, and his parents and family, lots of family from that area. And I had one day when I felt as if now my physical body was still grounded and touching the ground, but I felt energetically, I could feel my ancestors coming and lifting me, and holding me. It was very gentle. It was incredible. This experience completely changed my life. And actually, I feel like I have these superpowers. That's what I like to call them. This is later on. This was this past summer. I had this. So I have this connection with animals and insects and anything living, especially. Just animals are frequently drawn to me. So this red dragonfly kept coming to visit a couple days in a row. And one day I just hung out all afternoon, all the hours and hours. And it would fly away for a couple minutes and then come back, and fly away for a couple minutes and come back and sit for 15, 20 minutes with me, but over all afternoon. And so I was talking with it, and at one point I asked it if it would be okay for me to pet it. And so I went and started stroking the base, or as in this picture. And it let me do this 4 or 5 times. I didn't have my phone on me at first. I actually walked away and went and got my phone and came back, and it still let me just pet. It was electrifying. That's it's incredible. So I've also I have this heightened awareness of energies, not only with living things, but also with non-living, and as well as just in general within a space, and obviously with humans. I'm also my emotional senses have been heightened. I've always been pretty good with reading other people's emotions, but I have superpowers. And so another thing here, this chart is my human design chart. I've learned that I'm a projector, and that has helped me understand what this shift and understand how my energy works, because there is some issue when I'm in large groups, both in person and online. When I'm in densely populated areas, the energy can be really overwhelming for me and very amplified. But I'm learning that if I'm stay grounded and confident, versus being in the fear-based energy and emotion, it's easier to manage. But it's still worth it. I love this being. I feel more connected. So I have this new, clearer understanding of the physical world, I feel. And it's as a result of my experiences and the education and knowledge that I have, but I've been very inspired and influenced by the law of attraction, many of the Hermetic principles, and dream analysis techniques. And I began building a relationship with my surroundings that's allowed me to have more insight into myself. And another quote that I didn't get on here that I feel sums up what I'm talking about greatly is that Abraham Hicks quote says, "Spiritual versus material are not choices. Everything about the physical manifestational experience is spiritual. It is all the end product of spirit." So this all led to the development of my design methodology. And I realized that I had discovered something that didn't just have to be helpful to me, but could be beneficial to just about anybody. So I began building ways that I could share this wisdom with others. And one that incorporates the idea of building a relationship with environments through sensorial storytelling and spiritual design, and is based on the concept that your environments are are a direct reflection of who you are, an equivalent match to your vibrational being. Utilizing various design tools and metaphysical elements such as color theory, aromatherapy, the chakra system, the 4 directions, medicine wheel, the moon cycles and astrology, the principles of design, sacred geometry, crystals, plants, and so much more. So I realized that by incorporating this design methodology, I would have to completely reinvent my business, and that this would mean sharing the origins to the world, which would mean openly disclosing all of my woo-woo beliefs and practices. So I had to go all in. And that's when it hit me that the shaman was right. I had some shadow work to do. This is when I recognized that I had been very selective about who, when, how much of this part of me I shared with others. So I started recognizing my fear of being judged and not being taken seriously in my craft, and especially in my career. So what next? What to do? So at the beginning of 2022, I set an intention to find community, to connect with others who were already walking this journey, to work with others who were doing light work. And, I feel lucky to be living in this time of this transition into the age of Aquarius, because I'm not alone. There are others out there doing it who have similar, if not even more intense or crazy stories than I have. And ultimately, this is how I found the Galactic Alliance, the Wish Alliance, which is now the Galactic Alliance. So thank you to you all for all of you who have shared your stories and your wisdom. You have gifted me the courage to fully accept my mission, and to share in return. You've given me the confidence and determination to build a new business, to construct a new website, and to produce a podcast. That's all happened this last year. So I am very thankful to have found my gift, to have my gift to give to others. And I feel like I'm one step closer to healing my witch wound, as well as being a part of healing the overall for everyone. So with all of that said, I just want to say I don't actually call myself a witch. I am a Lyran soul with an earthly human mission. I am a mystic rebel. I am a wild woman. I'm an artist, a designer, a creator who uses connection to source and its benevolent energies in my work. Thank you for this opportunity to be raw and vulnerable and share this story. Thank you for listening. I really, truly hope to work with many of you in the future. And I invite you to check out my website as well as my podcast, which is available on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music, a bunch of others, including directly through my website, which lists the others. Yes, I hope you enjoy it. So I just want to say one more time, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Whether you're looking for programs on near-death experience, angels, spirituality, health, healing, and wellness, metaphysics, extraterrestrials, UFOs, or videos about the soul, we've got you covered. The Conscious Awakening Network is your connection to community, education, and transformation with enlightening programming designed to awaken and expand your consciousness, open and engage your mind, heal and ground your body. Download our apps on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and in the iOS and Android app stores.
Six, 5, we have both ready to start. 2, 1, 0. Booster ignition and liftoff.